Chapter 247. The saber light went from the bottom to the top. In the heavy rain, as the blade cut through the air, Baiye's whole body was completely covered by the surging lightning. The long saber was less than 1 meter long, but it seemed to be extended countless times by the lightning as it swam in the air. The blade rose in the heavy rain, and a natural semicircular arc of light suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The faint blue arc of light filled the battlefield and went all the way up. The sharp killing intent and saber energy spread wildly. The saber light went up against the sky. The sea of fire fell from the sky. The white shadow and the silver light in the air had completely merged. Li Tianlan held the halberd and stabbed straight. As the sky halberd moved, the endless flame burning in the void instantly surged. It was mighty. The man and the halberd and the fire and the man. It went forward with indomitable will. The raging fire and the lightning blended in an instant. At this moment, all the power in Li Tianlan's body gathered together, and there was no way out. There was only a pair of eyes left in Baiye's sight. It was a pair of eyes as deep as the sea. The calm sea, the crazy waves. Boom! The lightning and the fire intertwined, and the sound of weapons colliding was like a roar. In the bright light and shadow, what went down was still going down. And what went up was also going down. The long saber in Baiye's hand, which was also famous in East Island, suddenly bent into a shocking arc. The weapons collided, the light and shadow collided, and the sound of the long saber breaking turned into a roar at the same time. A broken saber flew into the sky with the jumping lightning and fire. Baiye's figure was shrouded in flames, and he raised the broken saber above his head. The silver sky halberd stabbed the saber, and the power broke out endlessly. Li Tianlan fell from the sky, pushing Baiye's figure to keep sinking. In the confrontation between the thunder-shocking realm and the fire-flaming realm, the lightning had completely disappeared, and the fire had mostly dissipated, but the remaining light was burning more and more. The two fell from the sky, and the fire scattered everywhere. From a distance, they looked like burning falling stars. The stars crashed into the ground with an incomparably brutal momentum. The fire scattered everywhere. The raging flames had completely turned into magma, surging to the extreme with Li Tianlan as the center. When the human emperor pierced into the ground, the whole battlefield was shaking. Large tracts of land and turf flew into the sky in the heavy rain in the flying magma. Deep cracks spread unscrupulously on the ground. A big hole with a radius of nearly 20 meters appeared at the place where the two of them landed without warning. All the land nearby collapsed. For a moment, the soil, grass, trees, and dust on the ground all burst out. Baiye's figure disappeared. Just as he was about to hit the ground, his figure immediately became faint. The air was filled with the sound of saber lights slicing through the air. Unique technique, dark ambush. The human emperor in Li Tianlan's hand stabbed into the ground. In the earth-shaking scene, a broken saber suddenly appeared behind Li Tianlan. Baiye's expression was twisted. He raised the dagger with both hands and slashed at Li Tianlan's back. Before the bright light of the blade appeared, the broken saber filled with blue lightning had already appeared behind Li Tianlan. Fast, fierce, and secretive. This was the most powerful saber unique skill in the entire East Island. Under the saber light, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Swish! The blade slashed through, but it only smashed a black shadow. In a split second, Li Tianlan directly switched places with the shadow. He just moved sideways by one step and dodged the saber light. The human emperor suddenly swept horizontally and directly hit the blade of the retracted broken saber. The blade of the halberd swept past Baiye along the blade with a series of sparks. Under the heavy sword intent, Li Tianlan took a step forward and slashed fiercely with the human emperor. Baiye roared fiercely. He almost exerted the power of the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked to the extreme. The broken saber concentrated all its power and slashed crazily on the human emperor again and again. The fire and lightning became hot and bright and then dimmed and dissipated. The cycle repeated. Only the sword intent and the saber light were fighting and fighting against each other. He stepped forward. He moved forward. Li Tianlan's movements were extremely simple and extremely fast. In the chaotic air where the fire and lightning intertwined, countless shadows had already appeared around him before the heavy rain fell. The shadows froze his every subtle movement, looking clear and dazzling. Bai Yi was in a trance for a moment, and Li Tianlan had already stabbed in front of him with the silver blade. Bai Yi retreated quickly. Li Tianlan, who had the upper hand from the beginning, was even more aggressive. The moment Bai Yi retreated, Li Tianlan became completely violent in an instant. The fierce sword intent suddenly filled the sky and the earth. Li Tianlan's whole body was full of sword intent. The majestic sword intent roared wildly with the sky halberd. Like a deep sea with a raging tide, it pressed toward Bai Yi overwhelmingly. Li Tianlan stood in the center of the sword intent, resolute and seemingly flawless. Bai Yi retreated again and again. But Li Tianlan's killing intent soared almost out of control. The human emperor was blocked. Before Bai Yi could withdraw his saber, the silver halberd, which looked as heavy as a mountain, smashed down again with a fierce wind. It stabbed straight, chopped vertically, and swept horizontally. Li Tianlan's movements were not fancy, but the seemingly simple attacks gave people an irresistible feeling in the extremely smooth attacks. Firm and fierce. Incomparably firm and fierce. Bai Yi retreated faster and faster. He had wanted to take down Li Tianlan with all his strength, but now he was running away with all his strength. The battle became a suppression, a one-sided suppression. The silver human emperor almost recklessly ravaged the enemies in front of it. Bai Ye's figure rushed up to the sky. The faint blue light only shone for a second, and then he was directly smashed to the ground by Li Tianlan. One advancing and the other retreating, the two rushed into the nearby crowd of cannon fodder used to consume the physical strength of the elites of Zhongzhou state. Wherever Li Tianlan passed, the sword intent was endless. The sky halberd swung and swung in the crowd. In the blood rain all over the sky, there was an absurd feeling that there was no one there. The long saber in Bai Ye's hand was densely covered with cracks. Blood dripped from his perlicue to the raindrops. In front of him, Li Tianlan's white figure became clearer and clearer. He was moving forward. He was attacking. He was killing. Without any pause, the sky halberd waved, and all the enemies turned into flying flesh and blood. The blood seemed to stimulate Li Tianlan's heart. His eyes were blood red, and his killing intent was boiling. In a very short time, his killing intent seemed to have really reached the peak. Bai Ye's eyes flickered, and he suddenly clenched the long saber in his hand. Fight! The sky halberd smashed down. The heavy rain couldn't cover the sound of metal colliding. The long saber in Bai Ye's hand suddenly burst into pieces, and countless fragments exploded in the crowd with dazzling electric fire. Li Tianlan's arms shook, and the joints all over his body suddenly burst into a crisp sound. The sword intent all over the sky was condensed by him in front of the sky halberd. Straight thrust. This blow pierced through the wind and rain, as if it could break all the obstacles in the world. Bai Ye's blood-covered right hand was still raised forward. But the moment the long saber was broken, his left hand reached to his waist. The long spear came straight at him. Bai Ye's left hand suddenly moved. An exquisite soft sword appeared in his hand. The sword trembled and suddenly straightened. The winds suddenly rose. The two cannon fodder from East Island who were closest to Bai Yi staggered and fell to the ground in the sudden gust of wind. The heavy rain was blown aside by the gale. A fierce and violent sword intent suddenly lit up in the wind. The gale gathered into a wall in the sword intent. The unique skill of Jifeng Sword Raining School, Wall of Strong Wind. The sword intent flashed in the wind. A nearly 10-meter-high wind wall appeared in front of Bai Yi. He was the right advisor of Wuji Palace, Bai Yi. In terms of realm, his realm was not as good as Yuekong, the first guardian of Wuji Palace. But because of the long time, few people knew that Bai Yi, who was infinitely close to the half-step invincible realm, used to be the junior brother of Tianhai Wuji, the palace master of Wuji Palace. He was also from Jifeng sword training school. So he not only had the unique skill of Wuji Palace, but also the unique skill of Jifeng sword training school. Even because of his family background, he spent much more time studying swordsmanship than using sabers. Bai Yi was best at using the sword with his left hand. This was a fact that he almost forgot himself, or his trump card. He never thought that in today's environment, the sword technique that he hadn't used for many years would become the killer move against Li Tianlan. The gale roared and gathered. In his sight, Li Tianlan's white clothes fluttered violently with the wind. The silver halberd moved forward steadily and stabbed into the wind wall silently. The wind wall was completely broken in the turbulence. Several tornadoes were blown and scattered on the battlefield. Human Emperor was still moving forward. Bai Yi drew his sword. It was also a straight stab. The bright sword edge hit the tip of Human Emperor's spear. The soft sword bent slightly. With the help of the slight elasticity, Bai Yi's body flew to the surrounding crowd in an instant. The cannon fodder ran in panic on the battlefield. With the help of the small wind, Bai Yi's body seemed to be weightless, shuttling through the crowd without a pause. His figure was like lightning. The unique skill of Jifeng sword training school, chasing wind and chasing moon. Li Tianlan's eyes focused. He had fought against the masters of Jifeng sword training school. In the battle where he was ambushed by Jifeng sword training school a few days ago, Wind Ghost, whom he killed, was one of the high-end combat forces of Jifeng sword training school. The two stabs by Bai Yi just now looked ordinary, but Li Tianlan knew very well that it was the unique skill of Jifeng sword training school, Wild Wind Cut. Bai Yi's strength was even stronger than that of Wind Ghost. After two wild wind cuts, the abundant sword intent was enough to condense a real wild wind. That was the real killer move. If he couldn't dodge it, he would face one of the most powerful sword moves in the dark world. Jifeng sword training school. This move was known as the fiercest and most violent sword intent in the dark world. But Li Tianlan, who had experienced this move, knew very well that although this move pursued sword intent, it didn't pursue one's destruction. Instead, it created something similar to a sword domain while causing the greatest damage. Li Tianlan wanted to dodge the next wild wind, but Bai Yi kept moving in the crowd, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Li Tianlan couldn't lock on his position for a while. The killing intent flashed in Li Tianlan's eyes. The Human Emperor instantly shrank. The silver light split in his hands, and the sky halberds suddenly turned into two swords. The eighth blade, Burning Sky. In such a chaotic battlefield, this move could be said to be blessed by nature. The sharp and hot flames suddenly swirled in the battlefield. The sword light was like a dragon. Li Tianlan's body spun and flashed, rushing directly into the crowd. He was completely harvesting lives. The cannon fodder around him fell down one by one, and the distance between them shortened in the blink of an eye. Bai Yi shuttled through the crowd faster and faster. The soft sword in his hand was straight. Above the sword edge, the air was twisted in a shape visible to the naked eye. That was the wind that had accumulated power to the limit. As long as the wind hit Li Tianlan, Bai Yi was absolutely confident that he could kill Li Tianlan with a move of Jifeng sword. The sword light kept spinning. Bai Yi looked calm, watching the fiery red sword light getting closer and closer. 50 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. The distance between life and death. Bai Yi's eyes suddenly contracted, and he was about to make a move. A dazzling light suddenly burst out in front of Li Tianlan. The air twisted quickly in front of him, and the transparent color was refracted into colorful light. The light was dense and messy, and finally turned into a dazzling white. A low and majestic voice rang in his ears. It was English. Li Tianlan didn't understand the meaning, but many people present did. It was a simple word. Redemption. It was the unique skill of Knights Templars, or the Vatican. Red Flame, one of the 8 Knights of Knights Templars, appeared above Li Tianlan in the air, expressionless. It was not Knights Templars' business to bring Li Tianlan back to Europe, but it was the will of His Majesty the Pope. Most of the experts in Knights Templars were true fanatics. Since Li Tianlan was related to the Pope's prophecy, Red Flame had to bring him back at all costs. But he also knew very well that with his current strength, he was not even a match for Li Tianlan. What's more, there was Rose from the Jiang family of South America nearby. If he wanted to take Li Tianlan away, he could only rely on Bai Yi for the time being. The light of redemption covered Li Tianlan's eyes. In an instant, there was a vast expanse in front of Li Tianlan. Bai Yi, who was looking for an opportunity, was ecstatic. The gale flowed on the blade, and Bai Yi rushed to the front. 5 meters. This was a distance that could almost determine everything. Bai Yi drew his sword. The fierce wind completely gushed out of the blade. Red Flame looked at it indifferently. In his perception, Rose, who had been hiding in the distance, rushed over quickly and appeared nearby. It seemed that she wanted to make a move. Red Flame narrowed his eyes and watched the battlefield, ready to make a move at any time. The fierce wind rose to the sky, sweeping the dazzling white light brought by redemption. Bai Yi raised his sword to gather strength. In the white light, at the moment when the gale was about to fall on Li Tianlan's figure suddenly became illusory. Disappeared. The smile on Bai Ye's face suddenly froze. 2 illusory and ethereal shadows suddenly appeared in front of him. The wind roared. The 2 shadows did not stop at all. They rushed forward against the wind in a nearly charging posture. Before Bai Yi could react, the shadows rushed into Bai Ye's body in an instant and then went out from behind him. The shadows dimmed for a moment and completely dissipated. But the silver edge in Li Tianlan's hand suddenly became clear. It was still a straight stab. Under the shadow of death, Bai Yi subconsciously wanted to avoid it. But as soon as he moved, he felt a sharp pain in his body. The pain swept through his whole body. Shadow formula. What was a shadow? Tribulation's shadow was killing intent, while Li Tianlan's shadow was sword intent. The shadow condensed by sword intent entered his body and broke out completely. It was enough to destroy everything in Bai Ye's body in the shortest time. Puff. Bai Ye's body moved. The human emperor in Li Tianlan's hand had already rushed over, and the broad blade of the halberd directly sank into his body. Li Tianlan's face was pale, but his eyes were cold and bright. Bai Ye's figure froze in place and stared at Li Tianlan. He opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, the sword intent in his body had broken out in an instant. With a muffled sound, Bai Ye's body exploded into a mist of blood with a boom. Li Tianlan's figure flashed. Red Flame in the air finally reacted. He suddenly took a step forward, subconsciously trying to stop Li Tianlan from escaping. But Li Tianlan's figure flashed, and his whole body had appeared in front of Red Flame. He was so close, Red Flame was at a loss for a moment. At this moment, he could clearly feel Li Tianlan's weakness. After the shadow formula broke out, even Tribulation himself needed time to breathe to recover. But Li Tianlan rushed directly to his side at this time. A somewhat familiar object slipped out of Li Tianlan's wide sleeves. Li Tianlan reached out and held it. Red Flame, who was at a loss, suddenly narrowed his eyes, and his hair stood on end. He knew this thing. It was a gun, a pistol. Ordinary pistols could not hurt a master like Red Flame, but the one in Li Tianlan's hand was a famous gun in the whole dark world. However, although this gun was famous, it was often suppressed by another gun, so this gun had been ignored by many people intentionally or unintentionally. The gun that suppressed this gun was called Whisper. And the pistol in Li Tianlan's hand was called Grim Smile. The pistol that fell into Li Tianlan's hand when he chased after Heavenly Calamity in Zhongjing. The muzzle of Grim Smile was pressed against Red Flame's chest. Without a word of nonsense, Li Tianlan pulled the trigger in silence. There was a thunderclap in the fierce battlefield. Countless powerful special bullets burst out of the barrel almost at the same time. Blood burst out. A waterfall-like barrage of bullets suddenly rushed out behind Red Flame. Grim Smile opened fire with all its strength. In less than half a second all the bullets had been shot out. Red Flame. He was one of the 8 Knights of Knights Templars, a master at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. Before he could say a word, his huge body fell directly to the ground. Li Tianlan didn't even look at him. He took a deep breath and suddenly clenched Human Emperor. His joints shook again. It seemed that because he used too much force, even his bones made a clear cracking sound. In the next second, Li Tianlan's figure disappeared. The silver edge, with a natural arc, appeared directly above the head of Rose, who was rushing forward. The Human Emperor chopped down with a cold and murderous arc. There was no raging fire, but under the endless killing intent, the arc of light seemed to be huge and desperate. Everything happened too fast. Rose couldn't even stop her rushing forward. Li Tianlan's figure appeared in front of her. He could clearly feel the bones in his body cracking piece by piece as he slaughtered his way to the point of self-destruction. But at this moment, Li Tianlan was also extremely powerful. Regardless of everything. At this moment, no master at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm could withstand his blow. Blood flowed down naturally along the white clothes. Li Tianlan's clothes were as white as snow. He was in the air, but he had a kind of almost invincible majesty. Rose's face, which was not beautiful but gentle and graceful like a landscape painting, was full of dullness. At this moment, she could be completely sure that she couldn't resist this blow. Under such a strong attack, she didn't even have room to struggle. Under the silver edge, she was a nonentity. Her will could not be said to be weak, but everything turned around too fast. Just a second ago, she was still thinking about how to fight with Red Flame for the seriously injured and dying Li Tianlan. But the next second, Li Tianlan's attack, which was enough to destroy her, was already in front of her. Such a sharp turn directly made her heart completely collapse, and the fear of death emerged like never before. She closed her eyes in despair and screamed subconsciously, "I know where Boss Qin is." Buzz! Blood flew out. Li Tianlan suddenly stopped the Human Emperor in his hand. Chapter 248. Cold, indifferent, without sorrow or joy. Under the silver edge, Li Tianlan was full of despair. Rose looked at Li Tianlan, who stood in front of her with a halberd, in horror. Blood flowed down her face. Rose's face, which was not beautiful but gentle and comfortable, seemed to have countless worms wriggling slowly on her face, which was indescribably ferocious. The whole world seemed to be silent. Until Li Tianlan's voice sounded. "Say it." Awe-inspiring, mighty, like a god. In this state, Li Tianlan was terrifying to the extreme. He was calm and crazy, hot and cold, and his every move had a killing momentum that could destroy everything. Blood dripped on the ground. Rose stroked her face. After a little buffer time, she seemed to regain her calmness. "You ruined my face." Rose stared at Li Tianlan in front of her, and her eyes suddenly showed deep hatred. "How dare you ruin my face? It's ugly." "So be it." Li Tianlan's tone was cold. "Where is she?" "I'll kill you." Rose seemed to be completely crazy in an instant. She opened her hands and rushed directly to Li Tianlan. An expert at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm fought desperately. Even if she was disorganized, her power could not be underestimated. Dense blue lightning burst out at the moment when Rose opened her hands. The lightning wrapped Rose's whole body, and the air twisted violently in front of her. An air vortex with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly formed, vast and cold. The whole vortex was completely filled with blue lightning in the blink of an eye. At the center of the vortex, Rose's body was like a big cocoon wrapped in lightning. Her sudden high-pitched scream was still spreading in the battlefield, but her whole body smashed directly toward Li Tianlan like a cannonball. She was determined, angry, desperate, and irrational. She was going to kill the heavenly son of Zhongzhou State in front of her, even at the cost of her life. No one knew what this face meant to Rose. She was Jiang Qianyan's woman, or rather, Jiang Qianyan's pet. She was even more favored by the second master than the beautiful Moonlight, a superior of the half-step invincible realm. Jiang Qianyan liked to go crazy with her in the daytime or at night with the lights on. Her face was really not beautiful, but it was another extreme of gentleness and grace, which made men more infatuated. Jiang Qianyan liked to see her ecstatic expression when she climbed to the peak little by little, saying that it was as beautiful as a painting. But now, this painting had been destroyed. Rose couldn't imagine what would happen to her when she returned to the Jiang family of South America, and she didn't dare to think about it. The moment she felt the pain on her face, she went completely crazy. The huge gap made her instinctively want to kill the man who ruined her face at all costs. Even if I die, I must kill him. The huge vortex, which had been completely dyed by the blue electric light, was spinning wildly. Rose's whole body was like a streamer shooting out of the vortex, magnificent and gorgeous. It was a desperate attack that killed both the enemy and himself. There was no turning back now. This was the most brilliant moment in Rose's life, brilliant and decisive. But would the figure, which had been completely shrouded by the electric light, regret before he died? Li Tianlan stood on the ground and raised the sky halberd in his hand. The silver halberd pointed to the sky. The attack that had been stopped by force gathered power again, and the whole human emperor suddenly turned into a slightly trembling silver light. One was moving, and the other was still. The blue streamer rushed down without reservation. In an instant, a blue halo suddenly burst out of the place where Li Tianlan and Rose stood. The dazzling electric light flowed around, and the halo quickly expanded into a circle with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. All the turf, trees, and even the nearby cannon fodder were completely swallowed up at the first time and became nothingness in the swimming electric light. A large area of the ground sank, but in the blurred light and shadow, the white figure still stood, strong and proud. The light dissipated. The area around the two people fighting was already scorched. Li Tianlan stood where he was, holding the human emperor in his hand. The human emperor had become the most penetrating form of a spear. Rose's body hung on the tip of the spear, dripping with blood. Rose was still smiling, and her face was covered with blood. Her smile was ferocious and horrible, but her eyes were full of desolation and loneliness. Li Tianlan quietly stared into her eyes and said thoughtfully, "The Jiang family of South America." Li Tianlan knew something about the 5 dark forces that entered Changdao, but it was limited to their names. Ahem, Rose coughed softly. The silver spear that pierced her body didn't kill her immediately. She grabbed the human emperor with the last strength in her hands and said in a sad tone, "It's too late." "Ha, it's too late. So what if you know? An invincible realm expert guards Qin Weibai in person, and your woman will soon become the second madam of the Jiang family of South America. If I die, Jiang Qianyan will have a new toy." Her gentle and quiet eyes were vicious and cold. She looked at Li Tianlan and said word by word, "When the second master swallows the Samsara palace and gets tired of your woman, Qin Weibai will have many men." Bang! Li Tianlan didn't wait for her to finish. His arm shook suddenly, and the violent power shattered Rose's body in an instant. Blood spilled all over the sky. The Jiang family of South America. He stood where he was and said to himself again. Thick blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. Li Tianlan closed his mouth tightly, so the blood began to flow from his nostrils and eyes, and then it was washed away by the heavy rain. He took a step forward, facing directly in the direction of the Jiang family of South America. The wind blew, and the lightning flashed. When the cannon fodder of East Island was consumed in large numbers, the thunder-shocking realm experts of East Island and the 5 forces finally entered the battlefield. Li Tianlan undoubtedly became the most conspicuous target. As soon as he took a step forward, several figures with strong killing intent rushed directly in front of him. Without any pause, several people attacked with all their strength. For Li Tianlan, this was not a war. But for everyone except him, it was a war right now. A fight to the death. The elites of Zhongzhou state roared and rushed out of the village at full speed. At this point, no one held back anymore. East Island united the five forces. In the case that the other side had an advantage in both cannon fodder and high-end combat capability, everyone here was an enemy. No one held back anymore. Everyone rushed out. Fighting for life and death. Fighting for Zhongzhou state. In front of them, the white figure that originally belonged to their camp was still charging alone. Behind him, a country went crazy. Hot blood was surging, and finally turned into a power that could burn everything. Blood rained on the battlefield. The sound of gunfire, rain, and sword light spread to every corner. In the front of the Zhongzhou state crowd, a figure that was as strong as a giant roared and rushed in Li Tianlan's direction. A large flame surged wildly around him, and the fiery red color had almost completely turned into a deep blue. That was Su Chu. Du Hanin, who had just joined Sai City, moved more and more gracefully. She flew around Su Chu, and the blue and red flames intertwined, sweeping everything in her way. The Eastern Theater of Operations was charging. Mount Shu was charging. Sai City was charging. Whether in terms of the number of people or high-end strength, if the three forces combined, they would play an important role in the camp of Zhongzhou state. As soon as the three forces rushed out of the village, they seemed to have a tacit understanding, or as if they had already informed each other. The three forces rushed in Li Tianlan's direction at the same time. So the entire army of Zhongzhou state was led to charge in Li Tianlan's direction. The sound of killing shook the sky. Li Tianlan was still outside the camp of Zhongzhou state, but at this time, he seemed to have become the center of the camp of Zhongzhou state. Without dispersing their forces, both the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun city were taking advantage of the situation. The rainstorm roared. The battlefield was extremely chaotic in an instant. In the chaos that no one cared too much about, some people in the elite camp of Zhongzhou state, who were all moving forward, began to retreat quietly. Retreat. To the left. To the right. The phalanx was originally very neat, but one by one, people kept leaving the battlefield sparsely. In the melee of thousands of people, this scene was so small that it was almost unnoticeable. This was the phalanx of the Eastern Theater of Operations of Zhongzhou state. At this time, the hundreds of fire-flaming realm experts that Ning Ziyuan, the commander of the Eastern Theater of Operations, gathered by emptying the resources of the Eastern Theater of Operations, began to retreat one by one. There were more and more people. Those who left the battlefield were still moving away. They retreated in different directions and finally rushed in the same direction. That direction was outside the battlefield. Phoenix in a fiery red dress was still standing beside a monument less than 10 kilometers away, as if she was waiting for something. No one noticed it. Ning Qiancheng, who rushed in the front, didn't notice it. Wang Xingshao, who rushed in the front, didn't notice it either. The heir of the Wang family of Beihai now focused all his attention on Li Tianlan. The white robe danced like a dragon in the heavy rain with silver light. Every moment, there was amazing brilliance. It was a kind of glory that Wang Xingshao was very familiar with. For nearly 20 years after the fall of the Li family, this glory had always belonged to the Wang family of Beihai. Even Kunlun city was a little inferior. But now, there was Li Tianlan. He single-handedly destroyed the No. 6 Theater of Operations of East Island and killed Yuekong, an expert a half-step to invincible realm. Now, under the watchful eyes of the public, 3 experts of the thunder-shocking realm died without a complete corpse. And Li Tianlan was less than 20 years old this year. How glorious was he? Wang Xingshao pursed his lips. This glory was so glorious and dazzling. As the heir of the Wang family of Beihai, how could he let the people of the Li family monopolize the glory? Under the curtain of rain, the white figure was vaguely guiding the direction of Zhongzhou state's breakout. Wang Xingshao suddenly laughed. He looked at Firmament beside him and said calmly, "Help me." Firmament turned around with a stunned expression. "Lend me some sword intent." Wang Xingxiao said calmly and directly took off the huge iron sword on his back. This sword was called Firmament. Not only did it have the same name as Firmament, but Wang Xingxiao's sword intent was also very close to that of Firmament and Firmament's sword. Firmament seemed to understand something. He looked at the huge sword in Wang Xingxiao's hand. This top expert of the half-step invincible realm of the Wang family of Beihai frowned, then nodded and said, "Okay." Wang Xingxiao laughed out loud. He dragged the heavy sword that was almost taller than him and ran wildly in the heavy rain. Even if Li Tianlan was dazzling, so what? In this battle, he had to tell everyone who was the number one expert of the young generation of Zhongzhou state. He had a sword. Even if he had to borrow a part of Firmament's sword intent, this sword was still his after all. Wang Xingxiao's figure rushed to the sky. The moment the huge sword was raised, the extremely dazzling blue lightning instantly connected heaven and earth. The storm stopped. There was only the rumbling of thunder high in the sky. Firmament looked at Wang Xingxiao, his body straightened, and the sword intent flashed away. The next second, all the sword intent in Wang Xingxiao's body burst out in the lightning. Firmament's sword intent reached the top of his head. With the help of the sword intent, Wang Xingxiao raised the sword edge very slowly. The roaring thunder stopped. Only Wang Xingxiao's clear and arrogant voice sounded between heaven and earth. 6 realms. The next second, all the people of the Wang family of Beihai roared as if they were crazy. 6 realms. The most powerful unique skill of the Wang family of Beihai was called 6 realms of reincarnation. It had dominated the dark world for hundreds of years, and no one could break it. Wang Xingxiao's sword was half a move. There was no reincarnation, only 6 realms. But half a move was enough. The unstoppable sword light suddenly pulled an arc hundreds of meters long between heaven and earth. The 2 experts at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm of East Island who were closest to it didn't even have time to resist and were directly smashed into blood mist by the sword light. The sword light was mighty on the battlefield. The storm continued to fall. The sword intent in Wang Xingxiao didn't weaken, but became more and more majestic. Everywhere in the sky was a sea of blue. Wang Xingxiao stood in the air like a sun. The momentary brilliance attracted almost everyone's attention. In front of the battlefield, Li Tianlan just looked back and then continued to rush to the phalanx of the Jiang family of South America under the brilliance of the Wang family of Beihai. There was also another person who was not attracted by the sword light of the Wang family of Beihai. That person stood in the void far away, dressed in white. She stood quietly in the void, the long sword behind her trembled slightly, and her left hand gently held the gorgeous scarlet dagger with countless complex golden lines at her waist. She had been paying attention to Li Tianlan from beginning to end. The dagger in her hand was called Mutual Forgetting. But how could she forget? Chapter 249. The sword light spread in the sky, evaporated the rain, and covered the light. Under the 6 realms of the Wang family of Beihai, the whole battlefield was blue. The boundless sword intent boiled in the dark blue light, like a sudden gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, the sword intent of this sword had reached its peak. The flesh and blood of the 2 experts at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm that were cut by the pure sword intent fell down. As the sword light condensed, it seemed to drive the whole world to roar together. Tiny electric lights intertwined. After being concentrated to the extreme, the light disappeared, but the blue was still there. Endless thunderbolts gathered toward Wang Xingxiao, and the blue spread in all directions. The firmament was edgeless. But as Wang Xingxiao raised the giant sword over his head with his arm, a dazzling sword light suddenly shone in the blue. The sky was full of killing intent. Wang Xingxiao stood steadily in the sky. With him as the center, endless thunderbolts spread out for hundreds of meters around him. The condensed sword light rose and fell like waves, and the whole dark blue light curtain was like a sea surrounding Wang Xingxiao. The sea was calm. For a moment, no one dared to move on the whole battlefield. Half of the 6 realms of reincarnation. As long as they thought of it, it was enough to make most people in the dark world feel numb. The light curtain in the sky did not disperse, and the heavy sword did not fall. At this time, Wang Xingxiao absolutely had a destructive power far beyond his realm. Who dared to stand in front of him? Wang Xingxiao raised the heavy sword with both hands. The heavy sword split the sky. He turned slightly. On the battlefield where light and shadows were messy and the rain was pouring and blood was splashing, the man and the sword faced Shinichi Miyamoto. There was a sudden wave in the silent battlefield. Everyone in Zhongzhou State felt their blood rush to the top of their heads. This was the demeanor of the heavenly son of Zhongzhou State, the future invincible figure of Zhongzhou State. When Li Tianlan charged forward, almost instinctively, everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Xingxiao. Wang Xingxiao quietly looked at Shinichi Miyamoto outside the light curtain and slightly narrowed his eyes. Unfortunately, it's only half a move. His voice passed through the heavy rain. The light curtain gathered around him became calmer and calmer, like stagnant water. Shinichi Miyamoto's eyes flickered. He and Wang Xingxiao were hundreds of meters apart, but in his sight, the sword edge was so close that it seemed to be right in front of him. He spoke softly, but as soon as he spoke, his pupils shrank. Li Tianlan didn't like nonsense, and neither did Wang Xingxiao. The battlefield had become a desperate situation, so they just had to kill. He held the firmament sword with both hands and silently cut through the void. The speed seemed fast yet slow, but the trajectory of the sword light as it tore through the void was filled with a kind of downright violence. The blue sea around Wang Xingxiao began to fluctuate. Under the firmament sword, a raging tide suddenly rose. Boom! A loud sound, as if the world had been smashed, rang out after the sword light, and the blue light curtain within a range of hundreds of meters was shattered by the peak of the sword. The sword will was boundless. There were thousands and tens of thousands of sword chi. The shattered light curtain was like a tide, crazily attacking the sky. Countless sword wills and sword chi suddenly merged into one. The shadow of a giant sword that spanned hundreds of meters appeared in the sky. Wang Xingxiao's sword fell. The giant sword rumbled through the sky, bringing with it a killing intent that could annihilate all living things as it came crashing down. This sword tore through the sky, it was indescribable. It was as if all the power and willpower were completely integrated into one with this sword. As the sword light chopped down, Wang Xingxiao's entire essence, qi, and spirit burst out unscrupulously with this sword in the most thorough way. Incisively and vividly. The most thorough outbreak. Wang Xingxiao's eyes were focused and wild. He used all his strength in this sword. This sword was desperate. The whistling sound of the giant sword filled all the ears. In a trance, Wang Xingxiao heard the sound of breaking inside his body. Left and right arms, left and right legs. The sound of breaking surged inside his limbs. In an instant, his whole body, which had been exhausted, suddenly burst out with a frightening power again. Pure power. He broke through. In the strongest sword move of his life, Wang Xingxiao broke through. What he broke through was not the realm. It was the second evolution of his wind and thunder veins. Faster speed, stronger power. Wang Xingxiao suddenly let out a long roar. Although his realm did not move forward, the second evolution of his wind and thunder veins almost doubled his overall strength. At this moment, he was just at the beginning of the thunder-shocking realm, but he was sure to tear apart most superiors of the half-step invincible realm. The sword intent that had climbed to the extreme seemed to break through the invisible shackles, and its power instantly grew stronger. Shinichi Miyamoto's face changed. In the face of this sword, he was not afraid, but for a moment he had the idea of avoiding its sharpness. He was the person in charge of the divine wind force, the palace master of Liuhua Palace. But to put it bluntly, he was a ninja. Even if he was an invincible realm ninja, defense and attack were not his strong points. When facing a super strong attack head-on, as a ninja, Shinichi Miyamoto's first thought was to dodge. But now, he could not retreat. Because he was the only superior of the invincible realm in the field, and because behind him were countless elite forces of the East Island Secret Service system. The sword intent in the void converged, but the shadow of the giant sword became more and more real. Wang Xingxiao stood on the other side, hundreds of meters away, and cut the invincible realm with a sword. The mighty sword intent was like an avalanche. Shinichi Miyamoto took a step forward with cold eyes. In the face of this earth-shattering sword, he raised his hand. The giant sword fell. Shinichi Miyamoto's body shook, and he suddenly let out a roar. With Shinichi Miyamoto as the center, all the void around him within a radius of 100 meters was completely still. This was a domain. The domain that really belonged to the superior of the invincible realm. The void within a radius of 100 meters was formed. No enemy could invade. Shinichi Miyamoto's most powerful unique technique. The void was still. Boom. The shadow of the giant sword made a final explosion before it cut into the still void, and then the horrible sword instantly stopped moving. The giant sword fiercely cut the air around Shinichi Miyamoto, which was already different. In the domain, the shadow suddenly slowed down, and then became smaller. The shadow of hundreds of meters shrank to less than 100 meters in the blink of an eye, and then it was still shrinking violently. Endless blue lightning burst out in the shadow, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. The void was still. In Shinichi Miyamoto's domain of the invincible realm, there was no thunderbolt, no raging fire, and no ice. There was only himself. The shadow of the giant sword kept shrinking, but the sword intent was getting colder and colder. The still void was still shaking crazily. The air around Shinichi Miyamoto was obviously twisted, unstable, and about to break. Shinichi Miyamoto's eyes focused, and he instantly made a move. A punch. An ordinary fist suddenly brought up a fierce wind in the void. Shinichi Miyamoto's punch hit the shadow of the giant sword that had shrunk to less than 10 meters. The silent void was completely twisted. The still void and Wang Xingxiao's giant sword broke at the same time. The remaining sword light broke through the broken domain and rushed out like a tide. Shinichi Miyamoto was unscathed. The superior of the thunder-shocking realm beside him was unscathed. But the sharp sword intent roared in the crowd behind them. Blood burst out, and a large number of superiors of the fire-flaming realm and the ice-condensing realm, who were elites in the special warfare system of East Island, exploded. Shinichi Miyamoto's eyes suddenly straightened, and his killing intent instantly became violent. After the breakthrough of the wind and thunder veins, Wang Xingxiao became calmer and calmer, facing Shinichi Miyamoto's killing intent calmly. The Wang family of Beihai. Nothing more than that. Shinichi Miyamoto took a deep breath and laughed in anger. He didn't even dare to look back at the losses behind him. Nothing more than that. Wang Xingxiao sneered. Give me another 5 years, and I'll kill you like a dog. How dare you? For a moment, all the superiors behind Shinichi Miyamoto were furious. But they just said it was presumptuous. No one dared to say it was arrogant. Who knew what Wang Xingxiao would be like in 5 years? Wang Xingxiao shook the sword and laughed wildly. The heavy and blunt firmament rose again. The blade trembled under the great force. This time, he was still pointing at Shinichi Miyamoto. Everyone, do you dare to come with me to kill him? Under the heavy sword of firmament, the superior of the half-step invincible realm of the Wang family of Beihai, was the first to stand out and roared, kill. The enchantress, Black Pupil, Wang Zhaoyang, the commander of the Shadow Sting army, and others stood out at the same time. Waving the heavy sword in the air, Wang Xingxiao roared and rushed directly to Shinichi Miyamoto like a cannonball. So bold. So arrogant. The morale of Zhongzhou State instantly rose again. First, he was treated rudely by Li Tianlan, and then he was provoked by Wang Xingxiao. Shinichi Miyamoto had been extremely angry. In his sight, Wang Xingxiao's figure was getting closer and closer. Shinichi Miyamoto no longer cared about his identity and face. He took a step forward and directly attacked. Go to hell. In the voice that echoed between heaven and earth, his figure appeared directly in front of Wang Xingxiao. A punch. Without a sound, the air was completely broken, and all the sounds disappeared completely. A big hand glowing with a transparent luster suddenly reached out from in front of Wang Xingxiao. The big hand moved forward and slapped hard on Shinichi Miyamoto's fist. A huge roar suddenly came from the silent void. Wang Xingxiao's figure suddenly sank under the impact of the huge force. A nearly transparent figure appeared in Wang Xingxiao's position. A man who looked like a young man or a middle-aged man appeared in front of Shinichi Miyamoto and said with a chuckle, "Miyamoto, do you dare to fight with me?" General of 9 Heavens of Zhongzhou State, Gongsun Qi. And the nearly transparent clothes on him were the 4 spirits' armor, which was famous in the dark world. Without saying a word, Shinichi Miyamoto directly rushed to Gongsun Qi. With Gongsun Qi's action, all the people of Zhongzhou State followed Wang Xingxiao. Just like at the beginning of the charge, people followed the people of Sai City to rush to Li Tianlan. It was the general trend that couldn't be stopped. The crowd collided and killed each other. Wang Xingxiao and Li Tianlan. Invisibly, they rushed in 2 directions on the battlefield. Fighting for a country. Fighting for a person. Fighting for a clan. Moving forward with indomitable will. Chapter 250. Tossing, fighting, colliding, retreating, chasing. Once the war started, it couldn't stop until there was an end. For any force, this was a fierce and anxious battle. The war lasted from early morning to afternoon. The rainstorm had stopped, the sun rose, and the dim light gradually slanted to the west. The sunlight after the rain was not so clear and bright. The whole battlefield was filled with a strong and almost pungent smell of blood. The dried blood was still among the corpses, like a frozen river. The cannon fodder that East Island put into the battlefield had been wiped out, and the bodies were scattered in every corner inside and outside the village. The Jiang family of South America, the Polar Ground Alliance, the Heroes Club, Knights Templars, and Fantasy World joined hands with East Island to take action a few hours ago. Experts of the Thunder-Shocking Realm started to join the battlefield, then experts at the peak of the Thunder-Shocking Realm, and finally experts of the Half-Step Invincible Realm showed up in person. Siege. Whether they were ordinary elites or real experts, everyone was sparing no effort to kill everyone in Zhongzhou State. The lightning swam in the raging fire, and the fire shot straight up to the sky. The moisture after the rain had been completely evaporated. It was almost evening, and the wind was blowing in Changdao, but the battlefield was still extremely hot and depressing. Zhongzhou State had already suffered heavy losses, but the team of less than 2,000 people showed amazing tenacity in the face of the siege of all the superpowers. All the experts above the Thunder-Shocking Realm rushed to the front, and it could almost be described as scrambling to be the first. This kind of fanatical fighting desire, plus East Island, the ordinary elites of the 6 superpowers suffered heavy losses in the first charge of Zhongzhou State. The experts of the 6 superpowers had to stand at the front as well, to block the attack of Zhongzhou State. What was a decisive battle? When there was no way out, it was a battle of soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, a battle of life and death. Some people died, and some people lived. The war had been going on for more than 10 hours, and the team of Zhongzhou State, which had nearly 2,000 people, had less than 800 left, and everyone was injured, but they still moved as fast as the wind. Forward. They kept rushing forward. There were enemies in all directions, which also meant that there were directions to break out of the encirclement. From beginning to end, no one in Zhongzhou State shouted to break out of the encirclement, and no one shouted to retreat. Similarly, they never broke through the enemy's barrier in any direction. The only achievement of Zhongzhou State was to cause several times more damage to the enemy than their own. The result was big, but also small. After all, no matter how much the enemy lost, it was also borne by the 6 families. Only the central continent kept losing blood. The war continued in indescribable anxiety and misery. There were fewer and fewer people in Zhongzhou State. There seemed to be only one path waiting for them. There was only defeat and death. The earth was stained with blood. The sky was vast and mighty. When the gentle and gorgeous afterglow of the setting sun shone down, the sky above the battlefield was suddenly filled with darkness. It was not the alternation of day and night after nightfall. When the darkness first appeared, it was just a tiny speck. The dim yellow sunlight shone on every corner of the battlefield. This speck of darkness that suddenly appeared was like a drop of ink under the light. Chaotic and sharp whistling sounds instantly erupted around the darkness. A huge sense of crisis suddenly enveloped the entire area. The great power fluctuating in the air was instantly swallowed up by the darkness, which expanded to hundreds of meters in the shortest time. Dead silence spread in the darkness, and a large number of elites of Zhongzhou State and the 6 superpowers were shrouded in it at the same time. In the center of the darkness was Shinichi Miyamoto. And opposite of him was Gong Sun Chi. After more than 10 hours of fighting, Gong Sun Chi, who was not in the invincible realm, held up the only expert in the invincible realm, Shinichi Miyamoto. The power that could change the whole situation was firmly contained. Gong Sun Chi was a little embarrassed and weak. But Shinichi Miyamoto, who was on the strong side, also did not play his due role. More than 10 hours. Shinichi Miyamoto's eyes were deep and cold. His close-fitting ninja suit had been torn, revealing his bleeding skin. But he stood in the darkness, exuding an almost violent killing intent. Non-entity. The darkness kept spreading. Shinichi Miyamoto stared in the direction of Gong Sun Chi, with undisguised anger and killing intent in his voice. He raised his palm, and a large piece of darkness suddenly began to fluctuate wildly. The space of hundreds of meters suddenly broke into pieces and returned to nothingness. Go to hell. In the almost crazy killing intent, Shinichi Miyamoto's palm fiercely chopped down. Heaven and earth suddenly roared. Void stillness. Shinichi Miyamoto's strongest move was also a move that he tried his best. After more than 10 hours, he failed to take down Gong Sun Chi. Shinichi Miyamoto only felt angry and humiliated. Anyone under the invincible realm was a non-entity. Otherwise, how could an invincible realm expert be called invincible? But Gong Sun Chi had held him here for 10 hours. Shinichi Miyamoto, who had completely lost his patience, was completely furious. Even if he had to pay a price, he had to kill this famous Azure Dragon of Zhongzhou State, who was known as the strongest expert under the invincible realm. The domain of the invincible realm was fully opened in the dusk. The darkness was tumbling. The light was broken. Pure darkness instantly wrapped Gong Sun Chi's body. Gong Sun Chi's clothes kept glowing, and the subtle light became dimmer and dimmer in the darkness. Sound, light, power, and air were directly swallowed by the darkness. Shinichi Miyamoto's body shook, and he instantly crossed a distance of hundreds of meters. The power that belonged to the invincible realm directly burst out beside Gong Sun Chi. The light on Gong Sun Chi disappeared. He disappeared into the darkness without a sound. This was not Gong Sun Chi's own ability, but the clothes he wore. For Spirit's Armor Azure Dragon. For Spirit's Armor was one of the strongest individual defense equipment in Zhongzhou State. It could be repaired after being damaged, but it could not be copied. More than 80% of the 4 clothes were woven with cloud silk, and their defense power was unparalleled in the world. In addition, each of the 4 clothes represented a top technology of Zhongzhou State. In addition to being strong, the Azure Dragon Armor's biggest feature was stealth. The essence of the top optical camouflage technology of Zhongzhou State was used on the Azure Dragon Armor. Once Gong Sun Chi, wearing the Azure Dragon Armor, entered the state of battle, as long as there was light, his stealth was not inferior to that of an invincible realm expert. Day, night, and even the void. There was light. With the existence of light, if Gong Sun Chi did not take the initiative to attack, no one could lock his position. Shinichi Miyamoto could not lock Gong Sun Chi's position either. But he was fast enough. The void stillness was his vacuum domain. There was no air resistance in the vacuum. With the power of the invincible realm, he only needed one step to cross a distance of hundreds of meters. Gong Sun Chi was stealth, but he actually existed. Since he could not catch his figure, he would destroy everything. Destroy. Shinichi Miyamoto's cold voice sounded before he could stabilize his body. The void's stillness, destroy. The unparalleled power suddenly expanded in the darkness, and there was a clear cracking sound in the air. Light appeared in the darkness, and it seemed to be cracks. More and more cracks appeared. When the dim sun shone into the darkness, the domain of the invincible realm hundreds of meters around Shinichi Miyamoto suddenly began to explode. The black domain was completely broken. Black spots appeared in the air one after another. Countless lightning, fire, and frost hovered around a large number of black spots, and a hurricane followed. Shinichi Miyamoto did not move. But with this move of destruction, the area hundreds of meters around him instantly turned into a death zone. Fire, lightning, frost, and strong wind were flying. No one or thing could escape the devastation of this huge power. This was the invincible realm. It was the ultimate power after the four realms of martial arts were completely sublimated. Shinichi Miyamoto personally blew up his domain. So, Chi commanding, ice condensing, fire flaming, and thunder shocking realm. The power of the four realms burst out at the same time. The battlefield was turbulent. It could destroy heaven and earth. Gong Sun Chi's figure reappeared in the sky, which had been ravaged beyond recognition. His figure was still straight, but the next second, he suddenly staggered and almost fell from the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the azure dragon armor was already dim. His aura directly changed from strong to weak in a short time. He raised his head and looked at Shinichi Miyamoto, his body slightly trembling. "You're courting death." Shinichi Miyamoto's aura seemed to be a little weaker, but his voice was still indifferent and majestic. Gong Sun Chi smiled, as if he was mocking himself. He said, "If," he just said if and didn't continue. There was no if in the dark world. If he hadn't stopped at the half-step invincible realm because of the injury when he tried to break through to the invincible realm, Shinichi Miyamoto would have become a corpse now. But there was no if. It had become a fact that he had no hope of reaching the invincible realm in this life. Gong Sun Chi's eyes were a little helpless, sad, and emotional. He was also a big shot standing above the dark world, but after all, he couldn't take the last step to see the scenery at the top. If he couldn't break through, then he would fulfill his wish. Shinichi Miyamoto stretched out one hand. 100 meters away, he pressed down on Gong Sun Chi. The air that the sunlight passed through suddenly exploded, and a powerful force directly appeared in front of Gong Sun Chi. "Then I'll fulfill his wish," Gong Sun Chi said to himself. His body fell down. "Resist." A low and hoarse voice sounded. A large mass of air suddenly condensed and rotated in the sky that became dark again. Above the sky, the air was layered, and in the blink of an eye, a transparent cloud appeared. Shinichi Miyamoto pressed down with his palm, and the void reappeared. But the darkness hit the transparent cloud, but it couldn't break the thick air cloud. That was the scene after the chi-controlling realm broke through one peak after another. Tribulation appeared where Gong Sun Chi was. He looked at Shinichi Miyamoto and said calmly, "Fight." Shinichi Miyamoto's pupils contracted slightly. A new black void appeared and disappeared. The broken fragments of the invincible realm were still raging on the battlefield, with frost and lightning. Dongqing Rushi was also looking at the frost and lightning. In the light and shadow of the explosion all over the sky, the intertwined colors were so strong and gorgeous. The scattered power of the invincible realm kept exploding. The moment the blood and flesh splashed, they were destroyed by the power. The power was still raging after falling, with monstrous killing intent. Dongqing Rushi felt it was familiar. After the sublimation of the four realms of martial arts, it was the invincible realm. After the invincible realm was scattered, it was the four realms of martial arts. All kinds of light and shadow exploded in the air and on the ground, and the black spots fell. Every time they spread, the silent sword in Dongqing Rushi's hand would tremble slightly. Her eyes were no longer confused, but more beautiful and clear. Du Hanin, who was very close to Dongqing Rushi, was surprised to find that Dongqing Rushi was about to break through. A 19-year-old at the peak of the fire-flaming realm was breaking through. Was she in the half-step thunder-shocking realm? There was a violent roar in the air. Tribulation and Shinichi Miyamoto had already started fighting. The moment the void suddenly appeared, the extremely twisted gas cloud surged and exploded. The air and the void began to blend, and several transparent shadows appeared around Tribulation. An extremely fierce killing intent suddenly swept through the sky and the earth. On the ground, Dongqing Rushi suddenly clenched the silence in her hand. The long sword swept out with its scabbard, and Dongqing Rushi's figure directly burst out a dazzling sword light. The sword light was fierce and swift, and it rushed out dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. The silence kept ringing in the sword light. The team led by a fire-flaming realm expert from East Island was instantly torn into pieces by the sword light. This was not one of the sword movements that Dongqing Rushi specialized in, but it was also one of the 7 swords of Jade Pool. Aurora Glimpse. The flame with faint blue electric light spread with the sword light. After the heavy rain, Dongqing Rushi, who was stained with some mud because of the battle, stood with the sword in her hand, looking more and more beautiful like a fairy. A 19-year-old half a step to the thunder-shocking realm. Even in the era of Wang Xingxiao, Li Tianlan, Gu Hanshan, and other young heavenly sons, Dongqing Rushi still had her own elegance. The sword light and the raging fire dissipated. A surging thunderbolt suddenly fell. The thunderbolt appeared in the distant sky. After a flash, it had already reached the top of Dongqing Rushi's head. Dongqing Rushi suddenly raised her head and raised her sword. The raging fire suddenly condensed into a straight line and rushed up to the sky. The fire and the lightning collided. In just a moment, the thunderbolt dispersed the raging fire and hit the silence. Dongqing Rushi's body shook violently. She was uncontrollably hit and flew out more than 10 meters away from the crowd around her. A figure appeared behind the bright thunderbolt. In just a flash, it was already close to Dongqing Rushi, who flew out. Demon. Thunder God, who had been near Dongqing Rushi, suddenly roared. Demon. The Deputy Palace Master of Liuhua Palace, the top ninja in East Island, a superior a half-step to the invincible realm. Zhongzhou State was plotting against East Island. This time, there were too many valuable people. Not to mention the 3 young heavenly sons, Dongqing Rushi, whose father controlled the border control corps of Zhongzhou State, was also extraordinarily valuable to East Island. How could an ordinary person let the Deputy Palace Master of Liuhua Palace take action in person? Flash. Demon, who was in tight clothes, seemed to be walking in the void. She was extremely fast. Everyone only felt dizzy, and then Demon's figure was already above Dongqing Rushi. A delicate short knife appeared in her hand. The short knife stabbed straight down. This knife was not enough to kill Dongqing Rushi, but it was enough to make her lose the ability to move instantly and then be captured by her. Stop! At the same time, not only Thunder God, but also Bai Yuming, Su Chu, Ning Qiancheng, Li Beidian, and Du Hanin rushed to Dongqing Rushi almost at the same time. These people were originally together. At first, they were also the ones who led the troops to charge toward Li Tianlan. At this time, even if they changed directions, they didn't separate. Dongqing Rushi's body was about to fall. Her eyes were still clear. Under the threat of the sharp edge of the short knife in Demon's hand, she suddenly reached out and was about to pull out the sword regardless of everything. The thunderbolt raged down and hit Dongqing Rushi's arm. Dongqing Rushi's arm suddenly fell down. Demon's soft and charming eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. She waved the short knife and stabbed down. She was a ninja a half-step to the invincible realm. Dongqing Rushi couldn't fight back at all when she suddenly made a sneak attack. Thunder God and the others were a little further away. At this moment, who could stop her? The person who could stop her was not in front of her. And in the sky. In the very distant void, the woman in white, who had been watching this fierce battle from beginning to end, was still hiding in the void, motionless. She had already returned the glittering and translucent dagger with golden patterns to her waist. The battle continued. The rain stopped, and the sun rose. Time passed. From early morning to dusk, she didn't move, just watching quietly. Most of the time, she was looking at Li Tianlan. Occasionally, she would look at the battlefield. But intentionally or unintentionally, her eyes would always quietly sweep over one place on the battlefield. Even though no one had noticed her, her gaze seemed to be a little guilty, and she seemed to be avoiding eye contact. At the moment when the sun was about to set, she took another look. The sharp edge of the Aurora Glimpse sword lit up. The raging fire and the thunderbolt flickered faintly in her sight. Until the evil spirit descended with that shocking bolt of lightning. A sharp light suddenly flashed in the woman in white's eyes. Dongqing Rushi's body was hit and flew out. Demon was above Dongqing Rushi. The woman in white's body suddenly tightened. The dagger at her waist didn't tremble, but the long sword behind her suddenly unsheathed. The snow-white edge of the sword flashed. A seemingly subtle sword intent instantly broke through the confinement of heaven and earth. Demon stabbed the dagger in her hand without hesitation. Before the dagger fell, the sword intent had crossed a distance of thousands of meters. Puff! There was no sound, no defense. The sharp sword intent directly rushed into the back of Demon's head and directly annihilated Demon's vitality in the shortest time. The dagger was released from her hand and fell into Dongqing Rushi's hand. Dongqing Rushi caught the dagger and looked at Demon, who fell on the ground with a frightened face, her eyes confused. From a distance of thousands of meters, a sword intent killed a half-step invincible realm expert. The moment the sword intent appeared, Gong Sun Chi, who had fallen on the ground, seemed to notice something. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the void where the woman in white was. Tribulation and Shinichi Miyamoto, who were fighting, also slightly stiffened. Firmament frowned. The void where their eyes met, intentionally or unintentionally, had already calmed down. In another direction, the white-robed woman silently reappeared in the slightly distorted space. She looked at Li Tianlan again. The slightly floating wind lifted the layer of white veil on her face. The white dress and the veil were dancing. His fairy-like appearance was like a banished immortal. 24 moves of sword. On a high hillside in the north of the battlefield, the moment Demon was killed by a sword, two figures, one black and one white, were moved at the same time. The first supermaster of Samsara Palace, Saint, was wrapped in a black cloak. Beside him was Daybreak, who was in white clothes and white shoes. Saint's eyes were also looking at the place where the woman in white disappeared. He frowned with a serious face and said, "Who's there?" Daybreak, who was even more shocked than Saint, turned his head as if he had seen a ghost. He looked at Saint and frowned. "Not your palace master." In the battle with Gu Xingyun, the master of Samsara Palace used 24 moves of sword to conquer Gu Xingyun's 10 skills of true martial arts. It was no secret in the dark world. No. Saint was silent for a while and shook his head. First, she resisted the blow of Blue Sky Underworld, and then she was hit by Wang Tianzong's sword. After the battle with Gu Xingyun, she was injured. He said calmly, "Now the palace master can't take action. I can roughly guess the injury of the master of Samsara Palace." Daybreak narrowed his eyes. "Now the palace master is seriously injured, but at least she still has the power to make a blow." "Just now." Saint still shook his head and said calmly, "She used that blow." Daybreak's face finally became pale. He looked at the direction where the woman in white disappeared. After a long silence, he said calmly, "Who could it be?" Saint didn't say anything. He majored in swordsmanship. Therefore, he could clearly feel how terrifying that sword strike was. That sword was silent, but it seemed to tear heaven and earth in an instant. He couldn't do it. Ordinary invincible realm experts couldn't do it either. 24 moves of sword, Daybreak murmured to himself. He suddenly frowned and seemed to think of something. He sneered and said, 24 moves of sword. His tone was a little gloomy, a little angry, a little cold, and his whole person seemed to become indifferent. 24 moves of sword was the secret of the Li family and the Lin clan. In this dark world, how could there be so many experts who could use 24 moves of sword and could use them so well? Do you have any clues? Saint suddenly asked. No. Daybreak shook his head. His handsome and almost demonic face was completely twisted, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. I just have some guesses. Saint was puzzled. Daybreak took a deep look at him. Thinking of his position, he smiled and said blandly, "It should be a woman." What woman? Saint was more and more confused. Damn woman. Daybreak replied with a cold face. The setting sun went down in the west. The night of the seventh day began to fall. There were less than 500 people in Zhongzhou state. Fire-flaming realm experts began to die. Thunder-shocking realm experts began to die. Dongqing Rushi and the others did not return to the main force. As soon as Demon died, East Island suddenly strengthened its offensive. The experts and elites of the other 5 superpowers also surrounded them at all costs. The crowd was surging, the killing moves were frequent, and the fierce attacks were fierce. A large number of people almost broke up the remaining troops of Zhongzhou state. Sai City, Eastern Theater of Operations, Mount Shu, Bai Yuming, Thunder God, Dongqing Rushi, Su Chu, and the others were still together. In the other direction, the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City were also together. They could not meet. A large number of people were approaching crazily. When there was a huge gap in strength, the so-called morale could not play a decisive role at all. The scattered people of Zhongzhou state began to retreat. Or rather, he was being chased away. All the way to the north. The camp of the Jiang family of South America was in the north. Li Tianlan was also in the north. Further north was a small piece of mountainous land. Behind the mountainous land was the edge of the battlefield, which was the sea. The battlefield moved to the north, getting closer and closer to Saint and Daybreak. Saint and Daybreak were still watching the battlefield in silence, calm and collected. He's dying. Daybreak, who had calmed down, suddenly said, "He's an arrow at the end of its flight. If he doesn't make a move now, I'm afraid it'll be too late." Saint narrowed his eyes and looked at the battlefield. In the northernmost position of the battlefield, countless elites of the Jiang family of South America were surrounding a young man in white. White. Silver halberd. Swift and fierce, unparalleled decisiveness. Li Tianlan was still fighting. In the 10-hour battle, East Island, the Polar Ground Alliance, the Heroes Club, Fantasy World, Knights Templars, the Jiang family of South America, and countless elites fell under the silver edge. Among the enemies in all directions, he was moving forward step by step. More than 10 hours. He still did not see the person in charge of the Jiang family of South America this time. But as Daybreak said, at this point, he was really an arrow at the end of its flight. Saint said, and did not say anything. You don't make a move. Daybreak turned to look at Saint, looking surprised. Not interested. Saint said calmly. Daybreak's expression changed from surprise to astonishment. He had thought of many possibilities, but he never thought that when Li Tianlan was about to fall, in this situation, Saint would say that he was not interested in saving Li Tianlan. What the f***ck? Daybreak shook his head in confusion and chuckled. That's interesting. If your boss knows, I'm here to carry out the task my boss gave me. Saint said in a low voice, and there was also some confusion in his voice. Task? Daybreak looked at Saint. Isn't your task to protect Li Tianlan? Don't pretend. Since you're here, I guess the other super masters of Samsara and East Island are not far from Li Tianlan now. If you don't make a move now, don't go too far. Protect Li Tianlan. Saint murmured and then shook his head, no, it's not. If I'm right, that should be your task. Your Highness gave you the order to protect Li Tianlan, right? Daybreak's expression froze. Before he spoke, Saint said calmly, but we are not. So your task and mine are different. The mysterious highness gave Daybreak the order to protect Li Tianlan. But the task the boss gave him and the other super masters was completely different. Their most important task. It was to protect Li Tianlan's corpse. Yes, the corpse. What the hell do you want to do? Daybreak's face darkened. He thought of a possibility. Saint didn't answer his question. If you do this, aren't you afraid? No. Saint interrupted Daybreak and said calmly and confidently, everything is under the boss's control. Daybreak was so angry that he laughed. He turned around and looked to the north. The battlefield was getting closer to the north. From the perspective of Daybreak and Saint, the battlefield was in the south, and the sea was in their north. The night covered the long island. The tide rose and fell by the sea. A light lit up on the sea, which seemed to be far and near. It was very high, like a lighthouse. The light, like a lighthouse, rushed to the sky and then suddenly exploded. There was no sound on the sea. But the bright light lit up the night and didn't disappear for a long time. In the battlefield, the camp of East Island suddenly burst into cheers that shook the sky. Everyone's morale was greatly boosted. As if they were responding to the cheers. A long roar suddenly came from the sea and went straight into the night sky. The long roar was full and powerful, with sword intent and strong wind, stirring the night. The signal flare that rose in the night fell. The wind suddenly blew on the sea, and the sword intent soared to the sky. Saint and Daybreak looked at the sea in silence. It's coming. Daybreak said. The distance was too far, so he couldn't distinguish the sword intent on the sea, but he could completely feel the momentum. In the entire East Island, there was only one person who could stir the sea with sword intent. Luxing Tsangxuan, the sect master of Jifeng Sword Training School, the Invincible Realm Grand Master. He was here, and Tian Hai Wuji, the palace master of Wuji Palace, would definitely be with him. The first batch of East Island experts trapped in Huading had begun to return. And it was probably the strongest batch. There were less than 300 people in Zhongzhou State. Daybreak turned around resolutely and rushed to Li Tianlan's direction. Saint stood where he was, looking at the Zhongzhou State team that was getting smaller and smaller, motionless. The wild wave was coming. The wild wave was about to fall. Chapter 251. The neat and orderly formation of Zhongzhou State was finally in chaos. No matter how elite or superior they were, under such circumstances, it was impossible for them to be as strong-willed as a mountain. After more than 10 hours of fierce fighting, there were less than 300 elites left from less than 2,000 people. He was still surrounded by enemies in all directions, densely packed together. The elites of East Island cheered and charged forward. A long whistle with strong sword intent swept over from the North Sea. The remaining troops of Zhongzhou State were forced to enter the mountain area. The mountain area was only a kilometer from the coast. The weaker their side was, the stronger the enemy was, the closer they were to death. This was a desperate picture, and there was no light at all. The morale of the army began to shake and gradually collapse. The team of less than 300 people faced enemies several times more than them, and the casualty rate suddenly skyrocketed. The real superiors were still fighting. But in front of the general trend, a country was like grass, and the invincible realm was like a nonentity. No one could save the situation. The battle between Tribulation and Shinichi Miyamoto continued, but it was no longer a one-on-one fight. Tianyu, the high priest of ISE Grand Shrine, appeared in the battle group, and his figure was looming. Shinichi Miyamoto, who was suppressing Tribulation, attacked more and more violently. Every time Tianyu's figure appeared, he would add a deep wound to Tribulation. Blood spilled in the air. Holy Light, the head of the 8 Knights of Knights Templars, directly confronted Gu Zhendong, the superior of the half-step invincible realm of Kunlun City. The 10 skills of true martial arts and the secret skills of the Vatican collided violently. Light and thunder burst out at the same time, and the night in a large area was as bright as day. Wang Xingxiao encountered King Bear of the Polar Ground Alliance. After the second evolution, his wind and thunder veins became more and more perfect in terms of speed and strength. However, in the face of King Bear's terrifying strength, which was infinitely close to the invincible realm, even though Wang Xingxiao could barely hold on, he began to lose ground after a short fight. That was the gap of an era. It had nothing to do with talent or aptitude, but time. The two guards of the royal family, Glacier and Tide, targeted the Ice Crystal and Frost Sword of Kunlun City. The two superiors of the half-step invincible realm suppressed the two superiors of the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. The moment the coldness of the Ice Crystal and Frost Sword bloomed, they were forcibly suppressed. The bright sword light shattered the night, whistling across the night sky, and one of Ice Crystal's arms fell directly with blood. It could be said that Firmament and Ben's eyes reddened when they saw each other. The Wang family of Beihai and the Heroes Club were old enemies. On the battlefield where the enemy was clearly distinguished, the two went all out and killed crazily as soon as they fought. The battlefield between the two of them moved directly from the front to the back of Zhongzhou State. Ben was fighting desperately, pushing Firmament away from Wang Xingxiao, who was suppressed by King Bear. Enchantress and Black Pupil were also moving. Although there were no superiors of the half-step invincible realm around them, there were more than 5 superiors of the thunder-shocking realm. Bai Yuming had temporarily retreated from the battlefield because of serious injuries. Thunder God was still struggling. Beside him were Deep Dream and Su Chu. The power of Sai City and the Dongqing clan had long stood together. But on the vast battlefield, this powerful force in the past was like a lonely boat in a tsunami that could be capsized at any time. The Eastern Theater of Operations was almost completely wiped out. At the last moment of the war, Ning Qianqing found that there were less than 10 fire-flaming realm experts from the Eastern Theater of Operations who came from Zhongzhou State to Changdao. The crowd was surging. The slaughter continued. In the Eastern Theater of Operations, the remaining forces of the Dongqing clan and Sai City began to gather. And in front of them was Mount Shu. The swordsmen of Mount Shu also suffered heavy casualties. The Yin and Yang sword master Han Chongyang and Li Beidian stood together. The black and white broad-edged Yin and Yang sword had been completely unsheathed. The sword radiance was like thunder. Hardness and softness, attack and defense, life and death. The brilliant sword radiance kept flowing all over Han Chongyang's body. The sword intent was exquisite and almost perfect. Endless lightning surged down like a raging river. The people of the Dongqing clan, the Eastern Theater of Operations, and Sai City followed behind Mount Shu. The Yin and Yang sword vibrated slightly, and the amazing lightning flowed and spread, immediately wrapping and protecting all the people of the three forces. Han Chongyang was moving forward. Crow and the elites of the fantasy world behind him were retreating. Han Chongyang's expression was calm and solemn. He gently raised the Yin and Yang sword. The Yin and Yang sword intent gathered from the sword edge without reservation. Han Chongyang held the long sword with both hands. A large amount of blue lightning burst out the moment he raised the long sword. Two different sword intents blended perfectly in the lightning, but Han Chongyang's palms had separated. The Yin and Yang sword with a wide blade disappeared, and two thin swords, one black and one white, appeared in Han Chongyang's hands. Yin and Yang sword. Yin and Yang swords. Han Chongyang had been the Yin and Yang sword master of Mount Shu for nearly 16 years. This was the first time he had successfully separated the Yin and Yang swords. The sword intent was mighty. Han Chongyang's aura sword. After this battle, if he didn't die, 3 of the 4 sword masters of Mount Shu would be in the half-step invincible realm. On the battlefield today, an expert at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm had crossed the limit and become an expert of the half-step invincible realm. For Zhongzhou State, he could definitely be regarded as a strong aide. But even if he was a strong aide, he couldn't turn the situation around. There were less than 200 people left in the team of Zhongzhou State. More than 100 people with the strongest combat capability, the greatest influence, and the most valuable. The general trend had been decided. Zhongzhou State. The country with the most powerful comprehensive national power in the world was about to suffer the heaviest loss in the dark world in recent decades. In the dark night, before dawn, the plan of the whole country was exchanged for the most painful failure. It was irreversible. Countless enemies gathered together, drove, and chased the elites of Zhongzhou state all the way to the north. All of the hope and dawn became dim and illusory in the deep night. There was only despair in Zhongzhou state. More than 100 of the most powerful combat capability were forced to retreat to the north. On the hillside in the north, Saint turned around and changed his position. The sound of tide gradually rose by the sea. The long roar that surged on the sea finally became clear. The sword intent passed through the waves with the gale, and a figure rushed directly to the battlefield like a stream of light. The low and cold voice echoed between heaven and earth with the surging waves. Raining sword with wind. Raining sword with wind. The roar of thousands of troops and horses burst out from the ground at the same time, and countless cheers were boiling. The sword light in the air swept over the sea and the hillside, without slowing down at all, and went straight into the battlefield. The sword light suddenly became extremely bright in the night. The sword light rushed into the crowd with the sudden gale. In the completely condensed dazzling lightning, blood suddenly flew. The endless lightning disappeared. The blazing light also began to dissipate. The sword light closed. Lusheng Tsangquan, the Kendo Grand Master of East Island in a kimono, appeared in the night sky. Beside him, the half-step invincible realm expert of Kunlun City, Gu Zhendong, had completely stiffened. His body moved with difficulty, and before he could say a word, his whole body directly burst into a cloud of blood mist. The blood mist sprayed on Holy Light, the Grand Knight of Knights Templars. Holy Light, who was covered in blood, bowed slightly to Lusheng Tsangquan and said calmly, "Welcome back, Your Highness." Lusheng Tsangquan squinted at Holy Light, as if he wanted to take action, but finally, he flicked his wide sleeves and said calmly, "Kill them all." No. A sharp scream suddenly rang out on the ground. King Bear's almost violent roar responded to the scream. In front of him, Wang Xingxiao, the heir of the Wang family of Beihai, flew out, and Black Pupil's figure flew into the air. The enchantress's scream was shrill and helpless. Her body flew into the air, but the huge King Bear arrived in front of Black Pupil first. Black Pupil raised her head with blood on the corner of her mouth. The pupils without white were as dark as ink. She glanced over the battlefield, saw the blood, saw the chaos, but did not see the man who deserved her to give everything and betray everything without regret. Wang Xiaoyao was not on the battlefield, not by his side, and never by his side. The corner of Black Pupil's mouth moved. She did not have time to say the name, and King Bear's huge fist had directly hit her. Puff! Blood gushed out of her mouth, and the heart of this expert at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm of the Wang family of Beihai was smashed by a punch. Her body fell from the air, and the pupils without white looked straight at the night sky. After the heavy rain, it was a clear night. The starry sky was bright. Brighter than her pupils. Lusheng Tsangquan, who saw all this with his own eyes, curled his lips cruelly and whispered to himself, "When everything is over, it will be time for our 6 forces to conquer Zhongzhou state together." He took a step forward in the air and subconsciously wanted to rush to the seriously injured Wang Xingxiao. An extremely powerful and abundant aura suddenly burst out in the night. Lusheng Tsangquan suddenly turned his head and looked at the northernmost part of the battlefield. He frowned. There seemed to be the direction of the Jiang family of South America. There were 2 white figures moving forward in the camp of the Jiang family of South America. One of them was so young that Lusheng Tsangquan felt weird. He had reached the deepest part of the camp of the Jiang family of South America, but he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He staggered and seemed to fall at any time. The white shadow that had broken into the camp of the Jiang family of South America in the rear was so strong that even Lusheng Tsangquan felt shocked. The white shadow swept all the way. In the camp of the Jiang family of South America, everyone, whether in the fire-flaming realm or the thunder-shocking realm, almost fell down without resistance. The breath emitted by the white shadow was getting stronger and stronger. Lushing Sangchuan stared at the other side's strange and cold handsome face. He found that he did not know such an expert, and he had never seen the breath on him. It was a completely strange martial arts. A completely strange expert. Lushing Sangchuan felt a little uneasy for no reason. His figure flashed, and the next moment, he directly stood in front of the white shadow. Get lost. The white shadow didn't seem to look at Lushing Sangchuan. He casually punched him with a majestic power. Lushing Sangchuan punched him with a poker face. The violent power bombarded together. The lightning and the twisted air suddenly burst a large area of the surrounding space. All the experts of the Jiang family of South America nearby were completely swallowed by the huge power in an instant. Lushing Sangchuan's face became more and more serious. The white shadow's body slightly retreated a few steps. Who are you? Lushing Sangchuan asked with a serious face. He was sure that he had never encountered the weird way of exerting force in the fight just now. Who am I? The white shadow's pupils contracted. Looking at Lushing Sangchuan in front of him, he sneered and said, Daybreak, Lord of Sun Luo Temple. Lushing Sangchuan's eyebrows furrowed more tightly. Before that, he had never heard of any force named Sun Luo Temple. When he was about to speak, a cold and proud female voice suddenly sounded and shrouded the crowd of the Jiang family of South America. Li Tianlan. This voice came abruptly, and it was filled with cruelty and pleasure. There seemed to be the sound of chains in the night sky. Daybreak and Lushing Sangchuan suddenly raised their heads. In the crowd, Li Tianlan, who had almost lost his mind, also raised his head. Two figures suddenly appeared in the night sky. There seemed to be a fragrance in the air that made him yearn for it. A beautiful woman that Li Tianlan had never seen before appeared in the air. She looked at him with strange coldness and cruelty. She held a chain in her hand, and the other end of the chain was firmly wrapped around the neck of another figure. That was a figure that could make the starry sky pale and the battlefield silent. A white dress, perfect like a dream. Qin Weibai. That was Qin Weibai. The dark chain was tightly wrapped around Qin Weibai's snow-white neck. Behind her, Moonlight, who was holding the chain, restrained her strength. Qin Weibai, who had lost the power to float in the air, suddenly fell from Moonlight. The dark chain was tightened at the moment when Qin Weibai fell. The chain tightly strangled Qin Weibai's neck. Her body swayed in the air, miserable and cold. Moonlight smiled cruelly. In the air, she hung Qin Weibai's neck with the chain and kept pulling it. Qin Weibai's body swayed in the air, and there was a large bloodstain on her neck. Look at this woman. Moonlight looked at Li Tianlan with a sneer and said, In my hands, your woman is like a dog. I can hang her at any time. Come on, come to save her. Ha, come to save this beautiful bitch in my hands. As long as you have the strength. Li Tianlan's muddle-headed eyes suddenly became blood-red. A crazy scream like that of a dying beast suddenly came from the whole battlefield. That was the rage that seemed to obliterate all emotions and reason. Ah! Chapter 252. No words could describe Li Tianlan's anger. The white clothes were still swaying in the night sky under the restraint of the chain. Hundreds of meters away, Moonlight stood at the other end, and in the middle were the remaining elites of the Jiang family of South America. The numb body regained consciousness, and the muddle-headed will was completely concentrated. The silver human emperor turned into a sky halberd again, and the scarlet crescent-shaped spear blade stretched outward. Rushing forward. Regardless of everything. Li Tianlan's eyes had turned from blood red to dark red. All reason and judgment had completely disappeared. Battlefield, night, starry sky, crowd, glory, responsibility, grudges, hope, everything in front of him was falling apart. All the burdens on his body were disappearing. In the whole world, there was only the helpless figure hanging in the air by the chain. It was still perfect and dreamy, but a little sad and beautiful. Ah! Li Tianlan's roar almost turned into a wail. The great pain in his heart turned into extremely twisted hatred and anger, and a large number of attacks fell on him as he moved forward. Frost, raging fire, and raging thunder. The white clothes made of cloud silk absorbed most of the power, but the remaining power kept hitting Li Tianlan's body. Blood flowed from inside the white clothes, all over his body. Li Tianlan only had an almost instinctive thought. Even if he died, he would let her live. So he rushed forward fearlessly and decisively. The white figure rushed through the frost, the raging fire, and the dense curtain of thunder and lightning was left behind by him. The saber light and the sword shadow kept whistling and flashing in front of him. He just rushed forward crazily. His woman was there. He didn't care about the mountain of knives, the sea of fire, or the end of fate. Before the shrill, scalp-numbing howl of anger completely dissipated, Li Tianlan had rushed forward nearly 30 meters. The dense light and shadow were broken and dazzling. Blood gushed in the light and shadow. The white clothes were getting farther away. In the position slightly to the south, the black and white sword light of the yin and yang swords suddenly rose to the sky. The entire remaining camp of Mount Shu and Sai City began to crazily attack the Jiang family of South America. Daybreak, who was also in white, directly bypassed Lusheng Sengquan, looked at Li Tianlan's back, and shouted, "Come back." As soon as his body moved, Lusheng Sengquan appeared in front of him again. Temple Master Sun Luo? Lusheng Sengquan sneered at Daybreak. His eyes were dignified and sarcastic. "You can't go anywhere. Get lost." Daybreak's handsome and almost devilish face became distorted because of anger and eagerness, and his hair stood on end. Hand seal. It seemed that the light in the world was gathering, and it also seemed that Daybreak was breaking out. Endless light suddenly burst out from Daybreak's body. Galaxy seal. The light was like a raging tide, spreading out in an instant. Daybreak rushed to Lusheng Sengquan with mighty light. This was a pseudo-domain. Lusheng Sengquan's pupils shrank instantly and he pulled out his sword without hesitation. A huge wave of power instantly spread in all directions. The sword light and the light of the Milky Way seal flew into the sky at the same time. The second seal of Daybreak had been completed. Heavenly Punishment Seal. The clear starry sky suddenly rumbled with thunder, and the radiance of the Galaxy Seal began to scatter. The starlight receded, and a bolt of lightning that extended hundreds of meters across the sky instantly cut through the battlefield. Rolling thunder. The lightning as vast as the sea surged down without any warning. The lightning all over the sky gathered at one point, and there seemed to be a huge funnel condensed by lightning in the clear night sky. All the light fell on Lusheng Sengquan with crazy killing intent. The more complicated hand seal of the third style of Daybreak had come to an end. This was not a single style. It was a comprehensive style. Collection of all things. The noisy and tragic battlefield suddenly became quiet. All the sounds disappeared completely. In the lightning, Lusheng Sengquan's sword light quietly broke. All the attacks and shadows nearby were broken at the same time. There was no lightning around Daybreak, and all the air around him was spinning wildly in front of him. Lusheng Sengquan's sword light, all the attacks and shadows nearby turned into an indescribable majestic power, which was integrated into the spinning air by Daybreak. He turned the power of heaven and earth into his own use. This was the real collection of all things. Heaven and earth could be used, not to mention other people's attacks. Daybreak's mouth began to bleed, and the spinning air in front of him had become a huge vortex. The sword intent as vast as the sea kept coming in and out of the vortex, and the power from the outside world was gathering crazily. The vortex had grown to hundreds of meters in an instant. Lusheng Sengquan's sword was broken, and the other sword was not out. Daybreak, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, had suddenly raised his hand. With the attack of collection of all things, the power of heaven and earth, Lusheng Sengquan's own sword light, and the power of all the people nearby in an instant. The violent air vortex directly pressed on Lusheng Sengquan. Boom! There was a sudden violent roar on the battlefield. The air vortex completely exploded. Lightning, flames, ice walls, and twisted air crazily crowded and exploded. All the enemies within the area of nearly 100 meters, including Lusheng Sangxuan, were swallowed up at the same time. A huge pit of hundreds of meters appeared in the battlefield, covered by countless lights and shadows. Daybreak did not look at the result, turned around, and rushed directly to Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan was still moving forward. Qin Weibai, who was hanging in the void with moonlight, began to retreat. The distance was getting farther and farther, which made people desperate. There were still lights and shadows in front of him. Dense lightning bloomed in front of him and hit him. The activity of the cloud's silk robe began to fade gradually. The injury was getting worse. Li Tianlan had gone completely crazy. The sky halberd was raised above his head in the sky full of lights and shadows, and he fiercely chopped down. The lightning was smashed in an instant. The moment the light disappeared, a dim longsword suddenly pierced through the night sky. The sword edge went straight. Swish! The cloud silk robe, which had lost most of its activity, shook quietly, but the sword edge had fiercely pierced through the cloud's silk and directly into Li Tianlan's abdomen. The sword edge went through his body, from front to back. The dim silver edge in the air fell straight down. In front of Li Tianlan, the thunder-shocking realm expert who succeeded in a sneak attack did not have time to retreat. The human emperor had directly chopped down and directly smashed him into pieces. Attacks from all directions fell on him at the same time. Li Tianlan's face was expressionless. He pulled out the long sword from his abdomen with one hand and swung the sky halberd with the other. Raging flames rose in the crowd, and the silver edge cut through almost everything. Several heads flew out with blood. The elites of the Jiang family of South America remained silent. They attacked in silence. Cold and gloomy. Li Tianlan looked into the distance. Moonlight's figure had stopped. She pulled Qin Weibai up again and let her stand beside her. The black chain was still wrapped around Qin Weibai's neck. The black chain, the white dress, the red blood, and the clear black and white eyes. Qin Weibai was also looking at her. The light in her eyes was flowing with weakness, as if she had 1,000 words to say. The drooping sky halberd was suddenly raised. The heavy weapon whistled through the wind and thunder. Kill! Blood flowed down Li Tianlan's body. He gasped deeply, gritted his teeth, and growled. The elites of the Jiang family of South America just wanted to go up again. I'll do it. A voice suddenly rang out. All the elites of the Jiang family of South America took a few steps back and saluted in one direction. Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes. In his sight, a middle-aged man in his late 40s slowly walked over with a long sword hanging at his waist. He looked at Li Tianlan with excitement and pity in his eyes. My name is Raining Sword. The middle-aged man spoke. The voice was playful. Do you want to save the second madam? The second madam? Li Tianlan asked back and spat out a mouthful of blood. It's Qin Weibai. From today on, she is the second madam of the Jiang family of South America. Raining Sword said seriously. That's my woman. Li Tianlan slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a cold tone. Oh, she's someone else's now. Raining Sword laughed and looked at Li Tianlan. What a fool. You're so desperate. But I like it. Without you, our task would not be complete. Now it's all right. You still want to save her? Look, do you deserve such a woman? Only the second master of the Jiang family of South America deserves her. You. Go to hell. Li Tianlan, who no longer cared about psychological tactics, suddenly straightened his body. The sky halberd raised a sharp arc in the air, and the monstrous sword intent suddenly took shape as the sky halberd was raised. A trace of gorgeous dusky yellow suddenly appeared in the night sky. The ninth blade, dusk. The sky halberd chopped down sharply, and the sword intent was surging. Raining Sword's eyes were cold. He raised his head and quietly watched the sky halberd falling. At the moment when the sword energy was about to fall on his head, he suddenly reached out. He drew his sword. A sword light as bright as the sun and the moon burst out in an instant. The dim yellow in the air dissipated, and only the bright light rose up. There was no raging fire, no thunder, only sword light. Such an expert could almost be said to have gone beyond the scope of the half-step invincible realm. He was only a step away from entering the invincible realm. He was a top expert. The bright sword light swept over the sword intent and the sky halberd. A piece of silver edge flew out directly. The human emperor was cut in half by the sword light. The weapon that had accompanied Li Tianlan for many years now only had a piece left. Li Tianlan's expression was stiff. Looking at the remaining half of the human emperor in his hand, he seemed to be in a daze. Reigning Sword, who easily cut the human emperor in half, took a step forward and kicked Li Tianlan's chest directly. Li Tianlan's body suddenly flew backward more than 10 meters, and his indomitable momentum was forcibly stopped. It's almost time. Reigning Sword's figure flashed and directly grabbed Li Tianlan. In an instant, his figure appeared beside Moonlight. Moonlight bowed her head respectfully. Qin Weibai narrowed her eyes slightly and looked softly at Li Tianlan in Reigning Sword's hand. Let's go back. The task is completed. Reigning Sword said softly. Let go of her. A weak voice sounded. Li Tianlan struggled to break free from the control of Reigning Sword and stood shakily in the air. His voice was weak, and he seemed to fall at any time, but there was a hint of relief in his eyes, or the glow of success. He finally got close to Qin Weibai. Finally got close. Reigning Sword and Moonlight looked at each other and laughed. Let go. Why? You're in our hands. Who can save her now? I can. Li Tianlan said softly. He looked at Qin Weibai with soft eyes. You don't deserve it. Moonlight's tone was cold and mocking. Young heavenly son. That's all. What about the wind and thunder veins? So what if you're talented? You're still a prisoner of the Jiang family of South America. You practice martial arts, but you can't protect your own woman. What's the use of martial arts? She paused, as if she wanted to completely break Li Tianlan's will, and said coldly, it's better to give up. Li Tianlan laughed softly. His body gradually stopped swaying, and his crimson eyes became rational and clear. His eyes moved from Qin Weibai to Moonlight. He practiced martial arts, but he couldn't protect his own woman. What's the use of it? He was the heavenly son. He pursued perfection, a perfect foundation, and invincibility in the world. But now he couldn't even protect his own woman. What was the use of pursuing those? From the moment he saw Qin Weibai, he knew that everything about him was an illusion. Only she was the most real. The road to invincibility was long. The enemy was ahead. It was better to give up. Li Tianlan closed his eyes and whispered, it's better to give up. In an instant, Li Tianlan's voice rang throughout the battlefield. The soft, almost whispering words echoed clearly and terrifyingly between heaven and earth. It's better to give up. For simple words, but unprecedentedly clear and majestic. In the center of the battlefield, Tribulation, who was being crazily attacked by Shinichi Miyamoto and Tianyu, suddenly turned back and desperately rushed to Li Tianlan. Shinichi Miyamoto's eyes were solemn and sharp. The void formed again in front of him. Void, stillness, destruction. The pitch-black void instantly exploded, turning into countless destructive light spots. Tribulation suddenly turned back. In an instant, the aura he deliberately suppressed suddenly began to be released without reservation. Tribulation's figure began to blur and fade. But in an instant, countless shadows formed around him. 3, 5, 8, 9, one shadow after another appeared around Tribulation. The air around Tribulation exploded completely and became void in an instant. The shadows glowed in the void, shining brightly. Tribulation raised his hand. In front of him, the 9 shadows raised their hands at the same time. Kill! Tribulation's low and hoarse voice suddenly rushed to the sky. 9 shadows, together with himself, rushed to Shinichi Miyamoto. The void around them became completely fragmented in an instant. 9 glowing shadows appeared around Tribulation and rotated wildly. His figure became fainter and fainter, but his whole body emitted unparalleled light. Shinichi Miyamoto began to retreat. At this moment, the only thing he felt was fear. A large amount of air, along with heaven and earth, pressed down with the 9 rotating shadows. Tribulation seemed to break through the shackles, and his aura suddenly soared. He was invincible. He broke through. All the shadows became more and more dazzling. Tribulation's figure rushed to Shinichi Miyamoto, like a burning falling star, and hit Shinichi Miyamoto at all costs. The extremely strong aura climbed to the peak in an instant and fell quickly in the violent fluctuations of power. The light in the air dissipated. Tribulation's figure fell from the sky, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Shinichi Miyamoto, there was no Shinichi Miyamoto. Countless white bones also fell from the sky. Before they landed, they turned into a pile of dust in the night wind. Tribulation couldn't stop what he wanted to stop after all. The moment the strong aura of the 2 people's desperate attacks fell, another aura rose from the north. Li Tianlan released all the shackles. At the same time, he used the unique skill of the Wang family of Beihai. Against the way of heaven. He wasn't afraid of death, so why should he be afraid of going against the way of heaven? Under everyone's gaze, a vast sword intent suddenly rose up from the junction of the mountains and seas in the north. The sword light rushed to the sky thousands of meters high, covering the night sky, the barren mountains, the sea, and almost the entire battlefield. It's better to give up. That very young voice once again spread calmly throughout the battlefield and kept surging between heaven and earth. The sword intent surging throughout the battlefield kept roaring. In the north, high in the sky. The figure stood there quietly, holding half of the broken silver sword in his hand, but his whole body exuded a desperate and shuddering aura. His clothes were as white as snow. Chapter 253. It seemed to be rising with all its might, but it also seemed to be the last ray of light before the end of its glory. When the unparalleled sword light swept across the entire battlefield, the entire world seemed to have fallen into a deathly silence. The sharp light and shadow swept across the night sky, and all the sounds disappeared completely. The crowd was still fighting, but it was silent. Only Li Tianlan's voice echoed between heaven and earth. It sounded like a sigh, and a murmur, but it had a kind of power that hit the soul directly. It's better to give up. At the junction of the mountains and the sea, the high sky was completely boiling. The night sky within hundreds of meters fluctuated violently like a tsunami as Li Tianlan spoke. The vast sword energy surged. The sword intent fell from the sky, rose from the ground, and gathered from every space in all directions. The air was minced bit by bit and then pushed out by the surging sword intent. The air in the night sky hundreds of meters disappeared completely. The void didn't appear. Only the majestic sword intent and sword energy kept intertwining, as vast as a domain. Li Tianlan's body was no longer shaking. His aura kept rising, from the half-step thunder-shocking realm to the real thunder-shocking realm in an instant. Li Tianlan moved his body as if in pain, and his rising aura paused slightly. The next second, the slightly paused aura suddenly began to rise up endlessly, as if it was going to fill the world and break through the clouds. The stabilization phase of the thunder-shocking realm. The peak of the thunder-shocking realm. The full closure of the thunder-shocking realm. The half-step invincible realm. Keep going up. Li Tianlan seemed to have emptied all the sword intent between heaven and earth in an instant. The boundless sword energy suddenly boiled and lit up the whole battlefield. The unique technique of the Wang family of Beihai. Against the way of heaven. Wang Xingxiao once taught him this unique technique, but he tore it into powder and threw it away. His against the way of heaven came from Wang Yuetong. Under the invincible realm, this unique technique's unique and almost tragic way of exerting force was enough to upgrade anyone to a big realm. But the higher the realm, the stronger the power, and the greater the price. When Wang Yuetong was in the ice-condensing realm, she could temporarily obtain the combat capability of the fire-flaming realm by using against the way of heaven. Afterward, she just needed to rest. Wang Xingshao could also use against the way of heaven to make himself a superior of the half-step invincible realm in an instant, but he dared not, or was unwilling to pay such a heavy price. But for Li Tianlan, at this point, there was nothing he couldn't pay. After taking the immortality potion, he forcibly restored himself to the thunder-shocking realm. In the thunder-shocking realm, he directly used the against the way of heaven to forcibly push himself to the height of the half-step invincible realm. But everything didn't stop. When the sword light lit up, the huge vitality accumulated by the immortality potion in his body began to be consumed violently without warning, and another kind of potion began to burst out under the consumption of vitality. It was the Surge potion. Surge, eternal life, defying the heavenly Tao. Faintly discernible, the three seemed to have formed some kind of subtle connection. His aura kept soaring, and countless vitality was consumed. After breaking through the half-step invincible realm, there was almost no pause. He had already broken through the threshold that was enough to make most geniuses despair. The dazzling sword light in the sky became completely stable. Reigning Sword, who was closest to Li Tianlan, could clearly feel the power and emptiness of Li Tianlan soaring to the highest point. Foundation. The deep and almost perfect foundation that Li Tianlan had attached importance to for countless years completely collapsed in an instant. It was better to give up. His combat capability rose wildly, but his realm plummeted in an instant. He slipped from the peak of the ice-condensing realm to the chi-controlling realm, and finally fell out of the chi-controlling realm and continued to slide. But Li Tianlan had risen to the highest point with the powerful combat capability that he had exchanged for infinite vitality. The highest place. Looking down from this position, the world was quiet. It was quiet. Everything happened too fast, and he couldn't resist or stop it. Reigning Sword, whose face changed dramatically, wanted to pull out the sword and rush to Li Tianlan. Moonlight, whose eyes were frightened, subconsciously wanted to tighten the chain around Qin Weibai's neck. They wanted to open their mouths and make a sound. But the world was quiet. They couldn't move or open their mouths. Li Tianlan glanced at them. His eyes were a little tired, but they exuded a kind of disdain and arrogance that despised everything in the world. White clothes, white hair, and a broken silver sword. The Jiang family of South America should be killed. Li Tianlan said. He raised the sword edge. When I pull out the sword, everyone in the world is a nonentity. When I pull out the sword, everything in the world is under my feet. The sword intent that covered every inch of space began to stir quietly. A breeze blew in the air. The slightly turbulent sword intent became unprecedentedly brilliant. The frightening sword light suddenly exploded in the sky, rushed to the sky thousands of meters away, and turned into a dazzling beam of light that crisscrossed the sky and the earth. Reigning Sword of the half-step invincible realm. Moonlight of the half-step invincible realm. The crowd around the Jiang family of South America, the beam of light spread up and down and expanded in an instant. The blazing white light shone into the mountains and the sea. Wherever the light passed, everything turned into nothingness. The low hillside became flat, the nearby seawater evaporated, and the crowd disappeared silently. The world was quiet. The beam of light that reached the sky dissipated. In the night sky, the white clothes and the white skirts snuggled together, calm as ever. Li Tianlan held Qin Weibai tightly in his arms, smelling the delicate fragrance from her body, and his eyes were peaceful. Everything was over. Zhongzhou State's plan, the final battle of Changdao, everything. The moment the sword light lit up, everything was over. Li Tianlan looked into the distance. After the tide rose, the tide fell. The sea was calm. Li Tianlan looked into the distance. After all, he couldn't cross the sea in front of him, couldn't return to Zhongzhou State, to the forest and camp that filled most of his memories. Li Tianlan felt a little regretful, a little guilty, and a little reluctant, but he didn't regret it at all. He wouldn't regret it until he died. He gently stroked Qin Weibai's neck with his palm. The blood stained his fingers, and they were a little wet. "Does it hurt?" Li Tianlan asked softly. "It hurts." Qin Weibai held Li Tianlan's body tightly and whispered. "I'm here." Li Tianlan's tone was calm. Qin Weibai quietly hummed and raised her head to look at Li Tianlan. "It's okay." She gently stroked Li Tianlan's face with her slender white palm, and her tone was gentle. Li Tianlan smiled, took her hand, and said, "Watch the starry sky with me." The world was quiet. But the starry sky was bright. He put one hand around Qin Weibai's waist and took a step forward. The sea was getting farther away, and the mountain was getting closer. The roar became loud again, and there was a lot of noise. Qin Weibai frowned slightly. "Quiet," Li Tianlan said. His voice echoed between heaven and earth, and the whole battlefield froze for a moment. The battle was still going on, but the sound was completely suppressed. Li Tianlan lifted the broken human emperor in his hand, and the sword edge trembled slightly. A sharp light that pierced through heaven and earth suddenly shone between heaven and earth. The sharp light rushed into a piece of blue lightning, which shattered instantly, and the battle came to an end. The figures of Ice Crystal and Frost Sword of Kunlun City appeared after the lightning. In front of them, Glacier and Tide, and the two imperial guards of the half-step invincible realm had disappeared. There was no blood, no wailing. The sword intent swept over, and everything just disappeared and shattered as if it had evaporated. Ice Crystal, who had lost an arm, looked pale. Ice Frost supported him, and their bodies trembled violently. They were one of the top experts of Kunlun City, and also one of the faces of Kunlun City. But in the face of Li Tianlan, they had no confidence to maintain the so-called courage and dignity. Li Tianlan stood there, but he seemed to be standing on the highest position and looking down. That kind of majesty, that kind of strength, was enough to make anyone desperate. Li Tianlan held Qin Weibai in one hand, and the sword in the other. The sword and the beauty were everything, and they were the world. "Ice Crystal and Ice Frost pay respect to your highness." Ice Crystal and Frost Sword bowed deeply, and said in a trembling but respectful tone. "Your highness." This wasn't an honorific for status, it was an honorific for power. And status and power were the same thing in the dark world. No one knew whether Li Tianlan was in the invincible realm or not, but everyone knew that Li Tianlan was absolutely invincible. "He was your highness." Li Tianlan did not stop and left with Qin Weibai. Ice Crystal and Frost Sword, the two experts at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm of Kunlun City, bowed deeply to Li Tianlan's back in awe and humility. The sword light lit up again in everyone's sight. The broken silver sword looked short and shabby, but in Li Tianlan's hand, it had a kind of sharpness that could easily pierce the whole world. The huge head of King Bear of the Polar Ground Alliance flew into the sky. His eyes were wide open, and he died with a grievance. Wang Xingxiao, covered in blood, was supported by the enchantress. He looked at Li Tianlan with a complicated expression. No matter how proud he was, how unwilling he was. In the face of the invincible realm, he should also be in awe. Wang Xingxiao slowly bent down and said softly, "Your Highness." In his voice, holy light, the head of the 8 Knights of Knights Templars, was smashed by the sword light. The body of Ben, the vice president of the Heroes Club, fell from the air. Li Tianlan saw Gong Sun Qi. Gong Sun Qi, who was seriously injured, had joined his terracotta army. The terracotta army of Zhongzhou State was called an army, but a quarter of its strength, including Gong Sun Qi himself, was only 6 people. Gong Sun Qi was facing a huge monster wrapped in alloy armor. That was the captain of the Kusanagi army. The sword intent fell in the air with a loud bang. A crack as long as 100 meters appeared on the ground. The huge alloy armor flew into the sky and shot out in the surging sword intent. Before it landed, it had become dust. Li Tianlan wandered in the battlefield with Qin Weibai. One after another, barriers that made everyone in Zhongzhou state feel desperate and powerless disappeared and were broken. The experts decreased one by one. The elites disappeared in droves. The man in white walked through the starry sky with the beautiful woman of Zhongzhou state in his arms. His every move was majestic and magnificent. Everything was actually over. When the sword light in Li Tianlan's hand lit up, it was already destined. One man, one sword. Turning the tide. Just one sword. They were all non-entities. Li Tianlan, have you never thought about the future when you do this? The crow of fantasy world fled to the distance with all its strength and roared angrily. The sword light chased after the crow. The thunder in the distance flashed for a moment, and then there was no sound. What I regret most now is that there is no future. Looking at the direction where the crow's body disappeared, Li Tianlan whispered to himself. Tianlan, be careful. Evil of the Jiang family of South America is also here. He has the legend of Qin in his hand. Qin Weibai reminded him in Li Tianlan's arms. The legend of Qin. It was one of the 12 murderous weapons and belonged to the Jiang family of South America. It appeared here. The one in Huading of Zhongzhou state was undoubtedly fake. Li Tianlan's eyes flickered and he said yes. Daybreak, who was also in white, appeared in front of Li Tianlan. His eyes were complicated and sad. In front of Li Tianlan, he bowed deeply and said in a trembling voice, Your Highness. Li Tianlan nodded. We meet again. Daybreak raised his head with regret and despair on his face. They didn't protect Huawu or Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan had no future. Where was their future? It's okay. Li Tianlan said. He took a step forward and appeared directly in front of Saint. He let go of Qin Weibai's waist and turned to look at her face. Qin Weibai's eyes were affectionate and persistent. Li Tianlan smiled. His smile was as bright as the white clothes on his body, spotless. The starry sky is beautiful. He said, but you are more beautiful. It's going to be okay. Qin Weibai's voice was very soft, but she spoke very firmly. Junior, do you really think you are invincible? A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the world and reverberated incessantly. A figure flashed in the distance, and the saber light broke through the air. Tianhai Wuji, the master of Wuji Palace, appeared on the battlefield. Not far from him, Lusheng Tsangquan, the master of Jifeng Sword Training School, also appeared in the sky. 2 invincible realm experts. And an invincible realm killer with a murderous weapon was hiding in the dark. Li Tianlan turned around calmly and said softly, I'm going to kill them. He looked at Qin Weibai and said regretfully, it's a pity that I can't help you vent your anger. The Jiang family of South America is too far. The Jiang family of South America was in South America. It was even farther away from East Island than the sea between East Island and Zhongzhou state. Trust me. Qin Weibai held Li Tianlan's cold hand and looked into his eyes. You won't die. Okay. Li Tianlan laughed. His clear voice sounded in the night sky and kept echoing. After this battle, if I can survive, Li Tianlan, swear to this mountain and see that I'm not a human being if I don't destroy the Jiang family of South America in this life. A pledge of eternal love was nothing more than this. You? Just with the broken sword in your hand? A voice sounded in the void, misty and vague. It was an evil voice. Li Tianlan slowly lowered his head and looked at the broken human emperor in his hand. After a long time, he said softly, this sword doesn't deserve it. Then I'll use this one. A voice sounded in the distant sea. He swore to the mountain and sea. The mountain and sea responded. Huge waves suddenly rose on the calm sea in the north. Big waves hit the sky. Then I'll use this one. The calm and complicated voice kept echoing in the air, and the whole sea nearby seemed to be surging under the voice. A shocking rainbow suddenly lit up in the distant sky in the north. The rainbow rushed to the sky with manic sword intent, with a long flame tail, like a meteor breaking through the sky. Between heaven and earth, above the sea, a scarlet light that stunned the night sky lit up. The red light passed through the sea for thousands of meters and kept flying in the air. The sharp sword intent pushed back the sky, as if it had traveled through hundreds of years, and finally fell into Li Tianlan's hand. It was a long sword that was scarlet in color. The blade was slightly wide, with a thin line in the middle. It seemed to be a broad-edged sword composed of two swords. The long sword edge stretched out in a straight line from the hideous hilt, with a sharpness that could tear the world apart. Li Tianlan was surrounded by sword intent. The red long sword seemed to have intelligence. It kept trembling in Li Tianlan's hand, as if it was excited and jumping. In an instant, Li Tianlan did not move, but the shocking sword intent suddenly flew up. Li Tianlan closed his eyes and held the sword edge tightly, with tears streaming down his face. He did not expect to see this sword and feel the sword intent when the light of the Li family was about to be completely extinguished. That was the sword intent of the same origin as the 24 moves of sword. Lin Fengting's figure appeared in his sight. He looked at Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan looked at the sword with a complicated expression. This was the sword of Zhuanyuantai of Kunlun. It also belonged to the Wang family of Beihai a long time ago. This sword. Chapter 254. Lin Fengting went straight to Changdao as soon as something happened in Huading. The elites of East Island who successfully broke out of Huading took the sea and land route, and so did Lin Fengting. They almost arrived at the battlefield one after the other, and their speed couldn't be slower. But it was still too late. It was too late. Lin Fengting's eyes were filled with disappointment. In his sight, the soaring sword intent brought by Li Tianlan and his sword gradually converged, but the sharpness that pervaded the sky was almost frozen. It was a pride and sharpness that could easily tear everything apart. One man and one sword were the entire world. The rest were just ants. Li Tianlan walked to the sky, step by step. His figure was stable, but it was like the edge of a sword was trembling slightly. At this moment, the scarlet sword and the snow-white figure seemed to merge into one, difficult to distinguish. The battlefield became quiet again. Tianhai Wuji and Lusheng Sangquan stood together and looked at Lin Fengting solemnly. They didn't know Lin Fengting, but he borrowed the sword from thousands of meters away. This kind of means was at least at the invincible realm. The sword was lent to Li Tianlan. For East Island, Lin Fengting was definitely not a friend. On the battlefield, one was either a friend or an enemy. There's no need for this, Lin Fengting finally spoke. He looked at Li Tianlan. This hermit, who had always been unrestrained and free in the past, sounded a little weak and sad at this moment. At this moment, the sharpness of Li Tianlan's body moved even him. This was the real invincible realm, and it was enough to be listed on the divine list. This year, Li Tianlan was only 19 years old. How dazzling was the light! But this was also the last light of the Li family for hundreds of years. How dim was it? Li Tianlan suddenly remembered a saying. He asked softly, "Senior, do you believe in heaven's will?" The corner of Lin Fengting's mouth trembled. He looked at Li Tianlan and was speechless for a moment. "This is my fate." Li Tianlan said calmly, "If I can live." He paused for a moment, then laughed self-deprecatingly and clenched the heavenly punishment in his hand, which had not appeared for hundreds of years. "Thank you, Senior," he said. "You don't owe the Li family anything, so that's it." Lin Fengting was a little hesitant, but he finally asked, "What else do you want to say?" The 19-year-old Li Tianlan could hardly bear the power of the thunder-shocking realm under normal circumstances, let alone the invincible realm. Li Tianlan could stand now because of the support and consumption of the huge vitality of the immortality potion. Everything was already irreversible. No matter how strong the immortality potion was, it was impossible to support the continuous squandering of the power of the invincible realm. When the vitality in his body was exhausted, his life would naturally come to an end. If he could survive, How could he live? No. Li Tianlan shook his head. In the most glorious and lonely afterglow of his life, he seemed very pure and indifferent. When a person was about to die, how could there be so many afterlife matters? He couldn't bear to part with some people, and he let some people down. He had regrets, guilt, and reluctance. But since he couldn't change anything, he didn't say anything. Lin Fengting was silent. After a long time, he nodded and looked in another direction. His eyes were calm but deep. Somewhere in the distance, Wang Tianzong, the patriarch of the Wang family of Beihai and the number one on the divine list, stood on a dark mountain and looked at Lin Fengting. They looked at each other calmly without any emotion. Behind him, Dijiang and the entire heaven's punishers stood silently, as if they were one. Lin Fengting looked away. He didn't look at Wang Tianzong or Li Tianlan anymore. In Li Tianlan's current state, Wang Tianzong wouldn't and couldn't make a move. In his current situation, even if Li Tianlan drank all the immortality potion of the Wang family of Beihai, it wouldn't change anything. Because to some extent, part of the main reason for Li Tianlan's current irreversible state was that he drank the immortality potion and the bottle of surge potion. Lin Fengting's figure disappeared. He wouldn't make a move because it couldn't change anything. If it couldn't change anything, then it wasn't something he needed to do. Master, Martial Uncle Lin is angry. Dijiang watched Lin Fengting's figure disappear and said in a low voice. He was no stranger to Lin Fengting. When Lin Fengting visited Mount Dibing many years ago, he had the idea of taking him as a disciple. At that time, the Jiang family of the Wang family of Beihai was also a little tempted, but in the end, they changed their minds because of Wang Tianzong's words. Instead of going to the Lin clan to guard the gate, it's better to stay in the North Sea and develop the country. From then on, Jiang Hongwei, who was still very young or even young, became the only disciple of Wang Tianzong and became the present Dijiang. He's always angry. Wang Tianzong said indifferently, it has been many years. Dijiang didn't say anything else. He didn't dare to. Wang Tianzong was still staring at the direction where Lin Fengting disappeared. The Lin clan shunned the world and did not enter the Jianghu. Even if Wang Tianzong had 1,000 words, he could not say them. In fact, he really wanted to tell Lin Fengting that there were some things that he really didn't understand. He also didn't understand the game and implications behind those friendships. Once one entered the Jianghu, even if one was a prodigy and invincible, there were still things one had to do and things one had to do. There was no quick revenge in the Jianghu, only involuntary actions. No matter who it was. But when he saw Lin Fengting disappear in front of Li Tianlan with his own eyes, Wang Tianzong knew that Lin Fengting didn't understand it, but he didn't need to understand it. That was because the Lin clan shunned the world and did not enter the Jianghu. That's Li Tianlan. Dijiang suddenly said. From a long distance, he looked at Li Tianlan's direction with a strange look in his eyes. Wang Tianzong nodded. What do you think? He's very strong. I'm far from his match. Dijiang shook his head. I originally wanted to find him alone and use our secret channel to catch him and take him to Beihai. Unfortunately, I didn't find him at that time, but I met the military counselor of Samsara. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he was a little confused. Wang Tianzong took a deep breath and said calmly, it's not necessary now. He looked into the distance. Li Tianlan turned around in the distance, holding divine punishment tightly. There were less than 200 people left in Zhongzhou state. Li Tianlan stood in front of everyone in Zhongzhou state and moved forward. He moved forward alone. The whole battlefield was retreating. Raining Sword died, King Bear died, Holy Light died, Ban died, and Crow died. The people in charge of the 5 superpowers had all been wiped out. The elites of the 5 superpowers instinctively began to move toward the team of East Island. This was no longer their war. This was the war of the invincible realm. Even a superior at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm had to find the right time to intervene in such a battle. The battlefield was retreating. Tianhai Wuji and Lusheng Sangquan looked at each other and moved forward at the same time. You are no match for me. Li Tianlan's tone was calm and sure, like a verdict. Arrogant. Tianhai Wuji sneered and said, you want to challenge the 3 invincible realm experts? Ants. Li Tianlan raised divine punishment in his hand. 3 ants, come with me. The 3 of them are ants. What about me? A voice rang from afar. The accent of the voice was strange and stiff. But as the voice rang, the whole world suddenly roared. A sharp and crazy killing intent surged from afar, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. A figure approached quickly and became clear. A man with long red hair as red as blood appeared in everyone's sight. The red hair flew in the night, and the killing intent swept over. A tall Western man appeared on the battlefield. He had long red hair, scarlet eyes, and blood-red clothes. He appeared on the edge of the battlefield and walked toward Li Tianlan step by step. It was a very old-fashioned pace, methodical. He walked silently, vaguely giving off a sense of evil and solemn solemnity. A silver cross hung on his chest. The cross shook gently, reflecting the dim light in the night. Aldak? Tianhai Wuji frowned slightly. His voice, which seemed to be talking to himself, reverberated in the whole battlefield. The battlefield was boiling, and the huge uproar suddenly formed a huge sound wave. Beside Saint, Qin Weibai narrowed her eyes, which were as cold as frost. Aldak. This was a name that almost everyone in the Dark World was familiar with. He ranked 9th on the divine list in the Dark World, known as the Killing Eye, the Killing Angel of the Vatican. His ranking on the divine list was far lower than Arcis, the Saint War Angel of the Vatican, but he was more famous than Arcis. In most of the conflicts between the Vatican and other superpowers in the Dark World over the years, Aldak's figure could almost be seen. There had long been rumors in the Dark World that if Aldak had not been so murderous, when the Vatican established the Knights Templars, Aldak would probably have been the leader of the Knights Templars instead of the current chaos. Tianhai Wuji ranked 8th on the divine list. Aldak ranked 9th on the divine list. Plus Lusheng Sangquan and Evil, the only killer of the invincible realm in the Dark World. And the murderous weapon, the legend of Qin. The general trend of Changdao was almost completely formed in an instant, and it pounced on Li Tianlan with threatening gestures. His Majesty needs this person. Aldak smiled and pointed at Li Tianlan. He looked at Tianhai Wuji and said, I need to take him back. The His Majesty he mentioned was only the Pope. Tianhai Wuji looked at Li Tianlan expressionlessly and didn't say anything. It was useless to say anything at this time. The most important thing was to take down Li Tianlan first. Aldak walked into the battlefield. He appeared behind Li Tianlan, and his figure walked straight past the team of Zhongzhou State. Aldak's figure suddenly stopped, and he turned around to look at the crowd of Zhongzhou State. In the crowd, a pale girl stood there quietly, with clear eyes and a beautiful face. Aldak's eyes narrowed. Dongqing Rushi was also staring at him, without dodging. Illusion. Aldak suddenly opened his mouth and raised his eyebrows. He didn't hide his disgust at all, as if he wanted to slap an ant to death. Aldak suddenly raised his palm and blasted toward Dongqing Rushi. A surging sword light suddenly crossed the sky and the earth. The sword light spread in the air and instantly spread to the sky and the earth. The space seemed to be cut apart, and the sword intent that was sharp enough to break everything went straight forward. Li Tianlan held divine punishment in his hand and took a step forward. The aura that he restrained after entering the invincible realm completely burst out in an instant. He held the sword with one hand, and he was in high spirits. In the whole world, it seemed that he was the only one left, moving forward proudly between heaven and earth, sweeping away everything. That was a kind of invincible and invincible momentum. He was bloodthirsty, calm, and crazy. No one could stand in front of him. All living beings in the mortal world, gods and demons in the sky, disappeared under his sword. The sword light was getting brighter and brighter, and the sword shocked the sky. In the distance, Wang Tianzong, who had been watching the battlefield, suddenly contracted and condensed his eyes. He had seen this sword. Now he finally recognized this sword. The sword that had puzzled him for a long time. He subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction where Lin Fengting disappeared. He didn't know if Lin Fengting saw this sword. He also didn't know if he would remember something. The sword light in the distance spread out to the limit. Wang Tianzong took a deep breath and whispered to himself, Samsara. Chapter 255. This was an unparalleled sword stroke. To some extent, this sword stroke could be said to have appeared in the dark world for the first time. The scarlet sword edge was shining. The violent sword energy surged up and down in the air. The brilliant sword light of hundreds of meters almost brushed past the people of Zhongzhou State, with the inheritance and sword intent that had lasted for hundreds of years. Aldak's figure flew backward. The sword light swept past him and flew high into the sky. From a distance, it looked like a bright arc that seemed to cut the sky and the earth. The sword light rushed into the sky and cut the void. The dazzling sharpness and the starlight in the sky disappeared at the same time, leaving only darkness. Li Tianlan's figure appeared in front of the people of Zhongzhou State. Aldak's eyes were solemn and full of disgust. He was still staring at the direction where Dongqing Rushi was. The killing intent was rising and falling around him. You want to save her? Aldak looked at Li Tianlan and said in a cold voice. He was not handsome, and could even be said to be ugly. But no one felt that he was ugly when he stood there with a pair of red eyes and blood-red hair. It was a deep and extreme evil, exuding a power that made people feel fear from the bones. I'm going to kill you. Li Tianlan's tone was almost casual and indifferent. Aldak's heart skipped a beat. From Li Tianlan's words, he did not hear the slightest anger or even the killing intent. All he felt was confidence. The kind of confidence that didn't take anyone seriously. After I enter the invincible realm, I will be invincible in the world. Aldak smiled somewhat cruelly. He was ugly. When he smiled, his red eyes narrowed, and his whole face was distorted. He pointed in the direction of Dongqing Rushi. Do you know what she is? Li Tianlan's eyes were cold. Illusion is a sin. She blasphemed against our faith. Aldak's tone was cold and ferocious. She should be burned at the stake. Aldak, the killing angel of the Vatican, was known as the Eye of Killing. No one knew what he saw in his eyes, and no one knew what illusion was. In the crowd of Zhongzhou State, Du Hanyin turned her head and took a deep look at Dongqing Rushi. She didn't know what illusion was, but she was sure that Dongqing Rushi did want to kill Li Tianlan. Even though she didn't admit it. Dongqing Rushi was still confused. I'm not your target. Li Tianlan said coldly. He took a step forward, and the divine punishment sword in his hand trembled slightly. Aldak, Li Tianlan, Zhongzhou State. The three of them were not far from each other, but Li Tianlan was in the middle. For Aldak, it was like the end of the world. It's you. Aldak took a step forward without flinching, a crazy and violent killing intent brewing in his body. But when I bring you back to the church, I don't mind killing that heretic. Perhaps it was because the sentence was too long, or perhaps Aldak's Chinese was poor, he spoke in English. Li Tianlan didn't understand. There was nothing more to say, so he just drew his sword. Aldak's footsteps stopped. Li Tianlan suddenly raised the long sword in his hand. The starry sky was brilliant. The surroundings instantly became silent and dark. Within a radius of dozens of meters, all the light and air were forcibly squeezed out at once. Because the momentum was too fierce, the expelled air instantly turned into a terrible airwave. The airwave rose and impacted, and the entire remaining formation of Zhongzhou State suddenly began to retreat. Li Tianlan's figure was drowned by the absolute silence and darkness of the void. The sword light that had just lit up was completely dim. The void was silent. In the hot midsummer, the coldness advanced and retreated in the void. A cold current appeared in front of Li Tianlan. The endless coldness continued to spread in the void, and the sound of condensation began to be heard around. Aldac's eyes were solemn and bloodthirsty. Li Tianlan's strength was beyond his expectation, so he didn't hold back at the beginning of the fight. Go all out. This was his most powerful domain, a domain that was extremely condensed and shrank to a radius of dozens of meters, and also his most powerful unique skill. Ice-condensed tomb. The ghastly cold current suddenly broke out in the void. The void was frozen bit by bit. The dim sword light completely disappeared in the darkness. Why don't you make a move? Aldac suddenly roared, and his scarlet eyes looked at Tianhai Wuji and Lusheng Sangquan. Kill! There was a sudden flash in the distant sky. The saber and the sword were unsheathed in the night sky, with a clang that resounded through the whole battlefield. The saber light and the sword intent instantly approached Aldac's invincible domain. There was a dead silence in the ice-condensed tomb. A gust of wind suddenly appeared in the night sky. The gust of wind blew into the ice-condensed tomb. Tianhai Wuji held the long saber tightly, raised it above his head with both hands, and chopped down fiercely. The brilliant saber light was like a pouring river, surging and rushing to Li Tianlan, who was still carrying divine punishment. For Tianhai Wuji and Lusheng Sangquan, the remaining troops of Zhongzhou state were no longer a threat. Their biggest opponent was Li Tianlan. If they killed him, everything would be over, and there would be no more waves. The gust of wind was approaching. The gust of wind was approaching. Aldac smiled cruelly, and he was about to make a move to kill. The completely frozen void of ice-condensed tomb suddenly began to shake, and a large amount of cold current began to break and break. The sword intent suddenly appeared in the area of dozens of meters. The extremely terrifying sword intent appeared in the void. Divine punishment was no longer glowing, but it was still rising little by little. This sword was very light, far less than the weight of the human emperor, but it was as heavy as a mountain in Li Tianlan's hand. Aldac couldn't imagine what kind of sword intent was carried on the blade. The sword intent was completely boiling in the void. Retreat! Aldac suddenly roared, turned around, and left. The long sword in Li Tianlan's hand had been completely raised. 21st Blade, Shatter of Land. In the map of God of War, the so-called mountains and rivers were the domains of the invincible realm experts. All the domains. Break. In an instant, ice-condensed tomb was completely torn up by the sharp sword intent. The crazy sword intent filled the whole battlefield, and a large area of the mountain was violently surging under the sword. Dense cracks appeared on the ground one after another. The cracks were deep and ferocious, spreading in all directions. The soaring sword energy passed through the mountain area and entered the sea. The calm sea instantly set off monstrous waves that were dozens of feet high. The waves rose and fell, slamming on the sea like a mountain. The three invincible realm experts rushed to the sky at the moment when the sword intent broke out. The legend of Qin, hiding in the dark, was still silent. Li Tianlan held divine punishment and rushed to the sky. The sword intent rose on the ground and stirred up the sky. After killing Li Tianlan, the last battle would be completely over. For Li Tianlan, this was also the last battle. Break the mountain and overturn the sea. Falling stars and falling moon. The figures of the three invincible realm experts were getting higher and higher. Li Tianlan's figure kept going up with the sword intent. The night covered Changdao, and the white figure that kept rising seemed to be the most dazzling light in the whole dark world. The messy footsteps sounded under the turbulent night sky of the sword energy. Figures appeared on the battlefield one after another, gathering with the people of East Island and the 6 superpowers. The elites of East Island who followed Tianhai Wuji and Lusheng Sangquan to break out of Huading appeared on the battlefield. Not far away, Wang Tianzong and Dijiang were already close to the battlefield. Kill them. Wang Tianzong looked at the battlefield and said calmly, everything will be over. He waved his hand. Dijiang moved forward with a calm face. Behind him, the whole Heaven Punishment troop took a step forward at the same time. Wang Tianzong looked at them with deep eyes. He didn't look at Dijiang, the troops of Zhongzhou State, or the elites of East Island. He didn't even look at the battlefield. He stood very high. So as far as his eyes could see, it was all rivers and mountains, the whole world. His rivers and mountains, his whole world. After today, everyone would know that the final winner of the national plot of Zhongzhou State was the Wang family of Beihai, or Zhongzhou State. The sword intent above the sky had gone completely wild. No one could see the situation of the Battle of the Invincible Realm clearly. The elites of East Island and the 5 superpowers started to move forward. They faced Zhongzhou State again. Without that young prodigy, their side was an overwhelming force. Zhongzhou State, you should be killed. At the front of the crowd, a relatively young superior of the half-step Invincible Realm walked forward slowly. He looked at the defeated soldiers in front of him, and his smile was cold and indifferent. Everyone in Zhongzhou State stood up and prepared for the battle with a calm face. The last battle. Another figure suddenly appeared in the air. A large area of air was twisting. Vast bolts of lightning fell from the sky like heavenly punishment. The thunderbolts finally condensed into a deep blue light beam from the countless electric lights. The light beam only left the sky among the crowd in the middle of East Island. A surge of power that made people despair instantly exploded in the crowd. There was a roar between heaven and earth. Countless elites of the 5 superpowers and East Island were completely drowned by the thunderbolts. Flesh and blood flew up, and there was a burning smell in the air. The thunderbolts fell. There was a large blank area in the crowd. Dijiang's figure appeared on the battlefield. He stood under the several Invincible Realm experts in the air, but he looked down at all the people of East Island and the 5 superpowers. East Island, you should be killed. He squinted his eyes slightly, looking at the crowd below. Who are you? In the crowd, a young man who looked very young stood in the front, with vigilance and fear in his eyes. He was Crown Prince Rend. After Tianhai Wuji and Lusheng Cengquan left at the same time, the Crown Prince of East Island had become the person who could lead the battlefield. Uniform footsteps sounded before Dijiang opened his mouth. In everyone's sight, hundreds of people, who looked like a whole, moved toward the battlefield step by step from afar. They were getting closer and closer. Their figures were getting clearer and clearer. Even the epaulets on their shoulders were getting clearer and clearer. Finally, someone called out their name in a trembling voice. That epaulette. It's the Wang family of Beihai. It's the Heaven Punishment Troop. The Heaven Punishment Troop. The silver epaulets reflected the light under the starlight, and the badges of firmament and sea made everyone's heart sink suddenly. The Heaven Punishment Troop. The ultimate troop of the Wang family of Beihai, 300 people, no more, no less. But these were 300 people whose average strength was close to the peak of the fire-flaming realm. It was the average strength. Who knew how many thunder-shocking realm and peak fire-flaming realm experts there were in this troop? The most important thing was that they were an organized troop, not 300 people randomly gathered. The instinctive tacit understanding formed after years of cooperation made the enemy feel even more terrible than their realm. The number of people in East Island was still more than that of the Heaven Punishment Troop, but how could the whole be compared with many scattered individuals? I'm Dijiang. Dijiang finally spoke. He smiled and said, Commander of the Heaven Punishment Unit. He looked over the crowd into the distance and said calmly, From now on, the Wang family of Beihai will take over the special warfare system of East Island. Sorry. A figure in white suddenly appeared in Dijiang's sight. He appeared from afar, but quickly approached. A handsome, almost devilishly cold face appeared in Dijiang's sight. We can't agree to this. He looked at Dijiang and said indifferently, Daybreak, Sunluo Temple Master, asks the Wang family of Beihai to return to Beihai and Heaven Capital. He was not alone. Behind him, there was also a group of white figures. They were organized as one, and there were at least 100 of them. Dijiang's eyes focused, but before he could speak, another voice sounded from another direction. Li Ming, Hall Master of the Life-Prolonging Temple, asks the Wang family of Beihai to return to Beihai and Heaven Capital. The sound came from the west. Di Jiang looked away. Another cold and proud voice rang out from the south. Phoenix, Master of the Deathless Temple, asks the Wang family of Beihai to return to Beihai and Heaven Capital. Di Jiang's expression turned completely solemn. Daybreak, dawn, Phoenix. Limitless, longevity, undying. He had never heard of these code names, nor had he heard of these forces. But the crowd behind them was not fake. Behind the three of them, there was a team of 100 people. And their momentum was no less than that of the Heaven Punishment Unit. They also had epaulets. There was a silver arc embroidered on each of their shoulders, like a divine blade. Heaven Capital. After a moment of silence, he looked at Daybreak, who appeared first, and asked. Among the three superiors of the half-step invincible realm, only Daybreak posed the biggest threat to him. Although Dawn and Phoenix were strong, Di Jiang was still sure to win. This is the place. Daybreak's tone was calm. This is Changdao. Di Jiang sneered and said in a sharp tone. From now on, this is Heaven Capital. Daybreak's tone was firm and steady. This is not the place where the Wang family of Beihai should come. In the whole world, there is no place that the Wang family of Beihai shouldn't go. Di Jiang looked at Daybreak and said word by word. He clenched his fists tightly and looked at Daybreak. Who the hell are you? Chapter 256. Purgatory of Heaven Capital. When it came to his own organization, Daybreak spoke very slowly with obvious awe and arrogance. No one had heard of this organization before, but in an instant, everyone carved this organization into their minds. This was the first appearance of the Purgatory of Heaven Capital in the Dark World. But they brought out a super troop that was no less than the Heaven Punishment Troop in terms of aura and number. The seventh day was nearing its end. The battlefield was silent. The elites of the Wang family of Beihai, Zhongzhou State, East Island, and the five superpowers, the Purgatory of Heaven Capital. The four forces stood in different directions, all of them deep in thought. At this moment, everyone could clearly feel the general trend in the dark world. Night spirit was annihilated. The Samsara Palace rose. East Island was turned upside down. The five superpowers entered East Island. A bloody battle broke out at the border of Zhongzhou State. Shinichi Miyamoto, an invincible realm expert, died. The young chosen one fought against four invincible realm experts alone. The mysterious but powerful Purgatory of Heaven Capital appeared in the dark world. The general trend came head-on. The wind surged and the clouds surged. This was probably the most unstoppable trend in the dark world in recent decades. After today, the entire dark world would undergo great changes. Great changes were about to occur, and chaos was about to descend. Di Jiang's face was solemn. His arm, which was much longer than an ordinary person's, hung down naturally and then clenched. There seemed to be a clap of thunder in the air. Di Jiang's eyebrows arched as a towering battle intent erupted from his body and swept through the entire area. He was not as emotional as the others. The world was in chaos. But in the dark and cruel world of darkness, when had there ever been a golden age? The only thing he was thinking about now was that someone had stopped the Wang family of Beihai. The Purgatory of Heaven Capital seemed to want to monopolize the special warfare system of East Island. Zhongzhou State was plotting against East Island, and the battlefield almost involved half of the Dark World. Northern Europe, North America, East Island, and the borders were all fighting. Blood flowed like a river, and bones piled up like a mountain. At the last moment, the Purgatory of Heaven Capital, which had never participated in the battle, wanted to reap the fruits of victory. Who could accept that? Di Jiang's fists glowed. Blue lightning flickered in his fists before completely vanishing. He seemed to be bearing something too heavy, and his entire body suddenly sank down. You want East Island? Di Jiang looked at Daybreak. His gentle face was still calm, but at this moment, he only gave people the feeling of wildness. A suffocating power that was enough to oppress him surged around him. You think you're worthy? I'm standing here. This is Tiandu. Daybreak looked at Dijiang calmly. You want to fight? As he spoke, the elites of Sanluo Hall, Hall of Immortality, and Hall of Undying moved forward at the same time. They were in different directions. Now that they were walking over, they seemed to be surrounding the Heaven's Punishment Troop. Then let's fight. Dijiang sneered and stepped forward. Boom! A thunderous roar suddenly rang out as the world trembled. Dijiang's figure appeared in front of Daybreak. A large area of air twisted and exploded crazily. The void began to appear indistinctly. The moment the pure black spread quietly, it suddenly turned into lightning that covered the entire sky. It was as if the lightning that could destroy the world did not strike down in patches. Large patches of light and shadow rose and fell continuously, and the battlefield trembled violently under the lightning. The battle of the invincible realm above was faintly discernible in the void. There seemed to be only lightning, loud noises, and daybreak in the whole world. In the lightning, Daybreak's figure was still clear. The lightning destroyed the world. But he seemed to be standing outside the world. Dijiang's figure came to Daybreak. In his sight, the pair of fists that could almost break everything smashed down with the most wild power along with the lightning. Dijiang was still in the half-step invincible realm, but what he showed at this time was no less than the combat capability of an ordinary invincible realm expert. Daybreak's expression was calm and relaxed. In terms of real combat capability, compared with Dijiang, he was indeed a little weaker, but only a little weaker. If they fought to the death, they would die together. What kind of gap was that? In Tiandu, he was not afraid to fight with Dijiang. But it was not necessary. He had a simpler and more direct way. Clenching his fists, he blasted over with endless power. Daybreak's whole body suddenly shook, and the lightning that was about to fall on him completely dissipated in an instant. Under the monstrous power, Daybreak's figure finally blurred for a moment. Then it was over. The lightning began to disappear. The loud noise suddenly dissipated. The battlefield was no longer shaking. Dijiang's figure was still standing in front of Daybreak. His fists blasted out, less than 5 centimeters away from Daybreak. But it was the distance between life and death. A gun appeared in Daybreak's hand. It was a blue gun, emitting endless mystery. The gun was like a short sniper, only over 1 meter long, only a little longer than Dijiang's arm. But the gun gave people the feeling that it was unusually heavy. The thick muzzle, the thick body, and every detail gave people a rough and cold feeling. The gun was silent. Daybreak held the silent gun forward and stabbed it directly into Dijiang's mouth. His face was calm, and his finger was placed on the trigger casually. The silent gun, the silent man. The picture froze completely for a moment. Only the gun in Daybreak's hand was changing. The blue body of the gun absorbed the starlight, and the blue became more and more brilliant, like a gorgeous shadow. There was no doubt that it was a murderous weapon. As long as Daybreak pulled the trigger, the power no less than the full blow of an invincible realm expert would completely burst out from Dijiang's mouth. Life and death were clear. Please ask the Wang family of Beihai to leave Heaven Capital. Daybreak held the murderous weapon and said in a calm tone, You may not be reconciled before, but now your life and death are in my hands. For the combat capability of an invincible realm expert, what else is there for the Wang family of Beihai to be reconciled to? Daybreak opened his mouth wide, and the muzzle was put in. For a moment, he couldn't speak, but his breath suddenly became heavy. Do you dare to shoot? A gentle and calm voice suddenly sounded. Without any warning, Wang Tianzong's figure appeared beside Daybreak. During the whole process, Daybreak didn't even have time to react. Wang Tianzong didn't grab the murderous weapon in Daybreak's hand, but just looked at him quietly. Daybreak knew that he had lost the chance. But he still didn't take back the gun. He turned his head and looked at Wang Tianzong with a strange look and a little relief. It turns out that His Majesty is here. He nodded and said to himself, That's right, Lin Fengting had appeared in East Island from Zhongzhou State. Why didn't Wang Tianzong come? Wang Tianzong shifted his eyes and looked at the murderous weapon in Daybreak's hand strangely. The blue spear seemed to be really spiritual. The blue flame flashed, as if it felt threatened. The body of the spear became a little shorter again, but it became heavier. Wang Tianzong looked at it silently. He didn't look at the people from Zhongzhou State, nor did he look at the nonentities from East Island and the 5 superpowers. His appearance here had already explained one thing. Even if Li Tianlan was defeated and killed in the Battle of the Invincible Realm, the special warfare system of East Island would no longer belong to East Island. It turns out that it's in your hands. Wang Tianzong said softly, amazing. You flatter me, Your Majesty. Daybreak's tone was flat and cold. It's the murderous weapon that's amazing, not you. Wang Tianzong shook his head and looked at Daybreak. You're not strong enough. If I want to kill you, you won't have time to shoot. Just like if the Wang family of Beihai wants to enter East Island, your so-called purgatory of heaven capital can't stop me. His tone was very gentle, but with a kind of spirit of a king descending to the world. So, why do you want me to quit, this so-called heaven capital? Samsara Palace, Saint, please ask the Wang family of Beihai to quit heaven capital. Samsara Palace, military counselor, please ask the Wang family of Beihai to quit heaven capital. 2 voices sounded almost at the same time. 2 figures appeared not far from Wang Tianzong. A black cloak covered their bodies. They looked at Wang Tianzong quietly, their eyes calm and deep. Samsara Palace. Military counselor, Saint. There was an uproar in the camp of Zhongzhou State. This was the power that first joined hands with them to plot against East Island. But now, at the last moment, the supermaster of Samsara, who had never appeared on the battlefield, suddenly showed up and made his position clear. They chose to stand on the side of the purgatory of heaven capital. Choosing the Wang family of Beihai meant continuing to cooperate with Zhongzhou State. Choosing the purgatory of heaven capital, this was betrayal. For a moment, everyone felt suffocated. Wang Tianzong looked at military counselor and Saint calmly. I knew that your thoughts were not simple. He said blandly, using the whole dark world as a chessboard and tens of thousands of elites as chess pieces, you plan to play with several countries, several superpowers, and several invincible realm experts in the palm of your hand. Such a plan is generous. Who is the mastermind? Qin Weibai. Your palace master? Or the purgatory of heaven capital? There is no plan. There is only fulfillment. Saint said in a bland tone. Wang Tianzong's layout was broad enough, but after all, he just got in touch with the plan of Zhongzhou State this time. If the plot against East Island was a plan, then the general trend behind the so-called plan could only be regarded as a half-step chess piece at best. Just a half-step. This was more than generous. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Wang Tianzong suddenly said, just you, even if you and the troops behind you, what can you do? I'm already here. I am here, and thousands of troops and horses, and I will kill them with one sword. Wang Tianzong, who had been quiet and hadn't really made a move for many years, finally showed the extraordinary atmosphere that belonged to the first on the divine list. The invincible realm expert was invincible in the world. Do you dare to draw your sword? Another voice suddenly rang out in the void. This voice seemed to come from the depths of the void and echoed in the whole world. No one could find his location. Wang Tianzong couldn't either. Time seemed to go back, to the moment when Wang Tianzong appeared. At that moment, Wang Tianzong asked Daybreak, do you dare to shoot? But this time, the person hiding in the dark didn't show up. Even Wang Tianzong didn't find his location. This voice didn't belong to the master of Samsara Palace. There was no doubt that it should belong to the superior of the invincible realm behind the purgatory of heaven capital. Who is it? Wang Tianzong said in a calm tone, come out and meet me. Are you sure you want to see me? The voice in the void rang out once more. There was no emotion in it, and the words revealed an extremely pure indifference. Before Wang Tianzong spoke, a clear sound of friction had sounded. It was the subtle sound of the weapon being dragged on the ground and rubbing against the ground. But now, this subtle sound was spreading throughout the entire world in a subtle yet ubiquitous manner. The sound of friction gradually approached. The air began to turbulence. The sound of friction turned into a sound of breaking. The sound gradually expanded and suppressed the battlefield on the ground. At the same time, it instantly suppressed the mighty sword intent and the cracking sound of the battle of the invincible realm in the air. Only the sound of breaking friction sounded in the whole world, with the sharpness that had been hidden for many years. Puff! In the camp of the Heaven Punishment Troop, at the moment when the sound of friction gradually approached, several elite soldiers standing on the edge were directly cut into countless pieces by the invisible sharpness that filled the world without moving. The moment the blood mist rose, Wang Tianzong narrowed his eyes with a cold expression. An irregular arc appeared in the void. It looked like the edge of a weapon, and it was completely black. The blade crossed the air, with the sound of friction echoing all over the world, becoming more and more obvious. All the elites of the Sunluo Hall, the Life-Prolonging Hall, and the Athanasia Hall began to bow deeply in one direction, looking pious and awestruck. The blade in the air was completely clear. A figure gradually became clear. It was so clear that people felt that the whole world around them was fake. Everyone seemed to become illusory in an instant. Only Wang Tianzong was still real. A black shadow slowly walked to the front of Wang Tianzong, stepping on the void as if walking on the ground. Everyone finally saw his weapon clearly, and great astonishment rose in the hearts of the crowd. It was a weapon that few people in the dark world used, or even no one used it at all. That was a scythe. A death scythe that was nearly 3 meters long. The sharp and irregular blade was curved, spreading horizontally for nearly 2 meters. He held the scythe, dressed in black, like a real death, powerful and almost irresistible. "What's your name?" Wang Tianzong's tone was calm, without sadness or joy. "Deity." The black shadow holding the death scythe said coldly, like a deity. Wang Tianzong didn't speak. "This is Heaven Capital." Deity's tone was indifferent, with irresistible strength. "Get out. Your weapon is interesting," Wang Tianzong suddenly said. "Do you want to have a try?" Deity's tone didn't change at all. It was indifference, as if he regarded everything as non-entities. "I never let myself regret." Wang Tianzong said, "Since you want to take East Island, let's bet on a sword stroke." "I have a sword stroke. If you can take it, I will get out of your Heaven Capital. If you can't, you stay here. This world doesn't need deity or the purgatory of Heaven Capital." Under the black cloak, Deity's head seemed to move. He looked at Wang Tianzong and said coldly, "Do it." There was no hesitation, no nonsense, no probing. Wang Tianzong pulled out his long sword with a calm expression. The sword was called Listen to the Sea. The whole mountain area suddenly became dead silent. The sea in the distance suddenly surged up. Wang Tianzong looked at deity in front of him, his eyes calm and emotionless. He had never seen the death scythe, but his intuition told him that the deity in front of him was somewhat familiar. He didn't want to test anything, and he didn't test anything with his sword. There was only life and death. Anyone who is my enemy deserves to die. Listen to the Sea slowly came out of the sheath. The bright sword light that could compete with the sun and the moon lit up. He bet on a sword stroke with the whole East Island. This sword stroke. Chapter 257. Facing the most elite force of the entire purgatory of Heaven Capital and the familiar enemy, Wang Tianzong's expression was as calm as water. It could be said that it was the biggest gamble in the dark world in recent decades to bet on the power of the secret service system of a country with a sword. But neither Wang Tianzong nor deity, who held the death scythe, thought of changing the battlefield. Right here, under the general trend, in front of everyone's eyes. One sword strike determined life and death. One sword strike determined the outcome. If deity could take this sword strike, the Wang family of Beihai would completely withdraw from East Island and deity's Heaven Capital. With the strength shown by deity and the hidden strength of the purgatory of heaven capital, even if Tianhai Wuji and Lusheng Tsangquan could defeat Li Tianlan, no one could stop him from rising in East Island. But if deity couldn't take this sword strike, he himself and the most elite force of the purgatory of heaven capital would vanish in this sword strike, leaving nothing. The most astonishing bet would naturally trigger the battle at the peak of the dark world. Deity and Sword Emperor. Listen to the sea was unsheathed inch by inch. There was no sound, but the sword light was comparable to the sun and the moon, shooting straight into the sky. The noise of the whole battlefield was completely suppressed in an instant, and the world began to freeze. The air was stirred up and completely broken. There was no void in the battlefield, but the unimaginably sharp and heavy sword intent replaced the air and occupied every inch of space in the whole battlefield. Deity's body was wrapped in a black cloak, so no one could see his expression clearly. They only saw that his hand holding the death scythe gently lifted up. No matter how this posture was interpreted, it could not be regarded as fear of battle. The martial arts of the Wang family of Beihai focused on outbreak. For them, if they fought with all their strength, there was not much difference between one sword strike and 100 sword strikes. The result of this battle was related to the power of the East Island's special warfare system and the rise and fall of the purgatory of heaven capital. In this case, Wang Tianzong's sword strike was bound to be the strongest of the Wang family of Beihai, similar to the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation. But deity chose to fight. How confident was he? Wang Tianzong's eyes narrowed, and there seemed to be a smile at the corner of his mouth. With a faint smile on his face, Listen to the Sea's sword fell down calmly. No one could see the mystery of this sword strike. In everyone's eyes, it was casual and even a little weak. The blade cut through the night sky, slowly and quietly. The world had always been quiet. However, the sword light that filled the sky erupted hysterically in the craziest and most extreme way in an instant. It was like the Milky Way pouring down, like the sky collapsing. The stars twinkled, and the moon shone brightly. All the light was instantly suppressed by the sword light. The entire world remained silent. Only the sea-like light was constantly gathering on the blade of the Listen to the Sea sword. Listen to the Sea's blade grew brighter and brighter, but it still slashed down slowly and powerlessly. Deity stood where he was and looked at the blade that was falling slowly. His eyes were dazed and full of emotion. The sword Listen to the Sea was surprisingly slow, but the whole world was completely blocked. There was no way out. Deity had no way out except to fight back. This was an unavoidable strike. The Listen to the Sea sword fell from Wang Tianzong's head to his shoulder. The sword light that seemed to carry the whole world suddenly disappeared. The world was still peaceful, but everywhere was deathly still and dark. It was an indescribable despair. There was no light or sound in the world. The sound of breathing stopped, and the heartbeat seemed to have completely disappeared. Nothing could be seen or heard. Time seemed to be shuttling back and forth in the almost endless darkness and silence. An eternal moment. This was an indescribable despair and fear. Countless people subconsciously took a step forward in horror. Puff! The sword light that filled every inch of heaven and earth suddenly surged. Anyone who tried to make other moves was instantly torn into pieces by the sharp sword intent. It was strong and domineering, almost ignoring the realm. Chi-controlling realm, ice-condensing realm, fire-flaming realm, thunder-shocking realm, and even invincible realm. Under this sword, everyone was a nonentity. The darkness continued, and there was no end. A divine blade suddenly lit up in the darkness that seemed to last until the end of time. That was the blade of the death scythe. Deity raised his arm. The surging sword intent around him was completely shattered in an instant. One after another, dazzling light in the absolute darkness lit up around him. The death scythe was like a real peerless divine blade, and the wild sword intent rose to the sky in an instant. The death scythe rushed into the air. Deity's hands began to make a gesture. The light became more and more dazzling. Eternal light. Eternal darkness. Only those who witnessed the battle with their own eyes could clearly understand that regardless of whether it was darkness or light, they were both harmful to ants. Light and darkness were in a stalemate. Listen to the sea fell on Wang Tianzong's shoulder. A dark, almost imperceptible giant sword shadow chopped at deity's death scythe. The giant sword almost occupied the whole battlefield, and all the darkness was like a hole, pressing down with the giant sword. It was as if the whole world was collapsing, being destroyed and dying. Countless complicated and mysterious handprints bloomed in deity's hands. The death scythe flying in the void suddenly began to shake wildly. Different sword intents were madly released in the death scythe. Zhuanyuantai, Mount Shu, Jade Pool, Azura Path, Jifeng Sword Raining School, Sai City, the Vatican, the Jiang family of South America, Fantasy World. 9 different sword intents suddenly flew up with the completion of deity's gesture. The other party didn't seem to be particularly proficient in each sword intent, but with his strong strength, the power of each sword intent was raised to an incredible realm. Unique skill, 9 emptiness and infinity. The 9 sword intents began to merge at the same time. The death scythe suddenly cut through the sky, bringing with it a brilliant light as it pierced through the endless darkness. A large area of darkness was dissipating. The giant sword shadow fell with the darkness and suddenly collided with the death scythe. In silence, darkness and light completely merged and exploded, and the giant sword shadow was torn apart. But at the moment when the darkness retreated, listen to the sea in Wang Tianzong's hand had almost completely fallen. The collapsed darkness surged wildly in the light, and the sword intent rushed to the 9th heaven. After the giant sword was broken, 6 smaller giant swords with stronger sword intent were formed in an instant. 6 different sword intents were mighty in the darkness. They all belonged to the Wang family of Beihai. 6 paths sword of the Wang family of Beihai. 6 paths of reincarnation. 6 giant swords fell madly with a large area of darkness. In the intertwining of darkness and light, the whole battlefield kept shaking like an earthquake, but no sound could be heard. The 6 giant swords seemed to carry thousands of worlds with them as they kept falling down. One mountain area after another was flattened. Large areas of forests disappeared completely. The fertile land was turned into scorched earth, and the scorched earth was turned into yellow sand that connected to the beach. The waves on the beach rushed to the sky like crazy. 6 giant swords grew and reincarnated continuously, as if they were tirelessly chopping toward deity in the center. Deity held his death scythe. The death scythe kept waving in the vast sword intent and sword shadow, like a lonely boat in the sea. But beams of light were in a stalemate with the 6 giant swords in the darkness, with the spirit of tearing the world apart. Although they couldn't move forward, they wouldn't retreat. Light flashed in Wang Tianzong's eyes, and the hand holding the sword suddenly clenched. The 6 giant swords in the darkness vibrated at the same time and suddenly chopped down at the same time. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The death scythe, which was more than 3 meters long in deity's hand, suddenly vibrated. His figure seemed to be stiff, but the 6 giant swords that fell at the same time also suddenly trembled. Collection of all things. Emptiness and infinity made 9 different sword intents work at the same time. Collection of all things was to borrow the enemy's power for one's own use. The 6 giant swords were completely broken in an instant. The surging darkness wrapped over, and the great power seemed to be completely added to deity's body. Listen to the sea in Wang Tianzong's hand finally fell completely. The long sword returned to the sheath. A clear clang finally sounded between heaven and earth. The power that had been completely detonated in collection of all things merged again in an instant. 6 paths became one. The sword intent that seemed to have exploded to the extreme rose again in an instant. At the moment when darkness and light alternated wildly, the constantly flashing world blurred everything. Deity seemed to make a seal again. After collection of all things. It was immortality. The darkness spread silently, and no one could see the battlefield clearly anymore. In the strange scene that should have been earth-shaking but silent, darkness and light began to dissipate at the same time. But the sword intent that almost shattered the whole world rose up and filled the sky and the earth. The battlefield was completely quiet. The people on the ground didn't dare to move. The battle of the Invincible Realm experts in the air also stopped. Several Invincible Realm experts also didn't dare to move. The black and white disappeared completely. The figures of Sword Emperor and Deity reappeared. Deity's body stood steadily in the void. Wang Tianzong's expression didn't change. The two of them looked at each other from a distance, standing under the bright starry sky again. It was so real. In reality, other people seemed to have become decorations without any breath of life. It's still a sword after all. Wang Tianzong finally spoke. His tone was calm and calm. Not strong? Deity asked back. Very strong. Wang Tianzong said solemnly. So what if it's still a sword? Deity's tone became colder and colder. Wang Tianzong was silent for a while, nodded, and sighed. It makes sense. He looked at Deity in his sight and said calmly, what happened in the past, the people in the past have passed away. Why talk about what happened in the past? Ridiculous. Deity's tone was cold. He raised the death scythe in his hand again and pointed at Wang Tianzong. Take your people and get out. Bang! In the slight sound, a crack appeared on the blade of the death scythe in Deity's hand, and then the whole huge death scythe completely collapsed. The listen to the sea sword in Wang Tianzong's hand was also collapsing. You're just an illusion. Also, before Wang Tianzong finished his words, he was interrupted by Deity indifferently. Aren't you the same? While speaking, the weapons in their hands, their clothes, their bodies, and their limbs were constantly dissipating. There was no blood falling in the air, but the two of them were collapsing little by little in the sight of the crowd. I quit your heaven capital. Wang Tianzong said so before his voice disappeared. Perhaps only a few people present knew how confident and strong Wang Tianzong was when he said to quit. The battlefield was completely quiet. This was perishing together. Everyone was in an uproar. In the entire crowd, Qin Weibai was probably the only one who remained calm and collected. Because from the beginning, she did not look at the battlefield. When Li Tianlan was there, her eyes seemed to always focus on Li Tianlan. The figures of Wang Tianzong and Deity completely disappeared in the night wind, but the sword intent still did not dissipate. The seemingly gentle but actually sharp sword intent filled every inch of space in the sky and on the ground. The moment the sword intent finally broke out, it rushed up to the sky and stopped the extremely fierce battle of the Invincible Realm. At this moment, no matter Tianhai Wuji, Lusheng Sangquan, Aldak or Li Tianlan, no one dared to act rashly. Because everyone still had the sword intent of the two masters around them. If they moved one step, they might be seriously injured or doomed eternally. Because the enemy was on the side. That is, Tianhai Wuji stared at the direction where Wang Tianzong and Deity disappeared. His eyes were full of despair, as if he had seen a ghost. Only Li Tianlan remained calm. In his current strange state, from the moment when Wang Tianzong and Deity fought, he already knew that everything was fake. Or in other words, they were all illusions. Such a real Deity and Wang Tianzong were all illusions. From the beginning to the end, neither Deity nor Sword Emperor really appeared on the battlefield. What appeared on the battlefield was one of their sword essences, their strongest sword essences. This sword strike was their sword intent fighting with each other. No matter how powerful an Invincible Realm Master was, it was impossible to completely shape his own appearance with a sword intent. After all, a man was a man, and it was impossible to have any incarnation. But at the level of Wang Tianzong and Deity, their understanding of the sword and the void had reached the peak. What appeared on the battlefield was always sword intent. They just used the reflection formed by the distortion of the void and sword intent to deceive everyone's eyes. It was like a magic trick. But it was a magic trick after the combat capability reached the peak. They couldn't tell the illusion from the reality, not because the magic trick was good, but because they weren't strong enough. That was all. So in the case that most people didn't know, from the beginning to the end, deity and Wang Tianzong knew each other. They were all illusions. Li Tianlan saw the illusion and also the reality. Vaguely, he seemed to see the commanding heights of the real combat capability. When he could only see two sword intents at a glance, instead of two figures, he really deserved the title of Heavenly Son. He was now invincible realm. But after all, he couldn't be invincible. The remaining sword intent of the enemy could make him not dare to act rashly. How could he have the face to call himself invincible? Li Tianlan laughed. His smile was a little crazy and angry, but the arrogance and humiliation were clearly shown in front of everyone. He had no hope in this life, but he was never really invincible. He saw the real road, but he couldn't walk on it. What was it that he was pursuing? He was in the invincible realm, but he was trapped in the enemy's sword intent and didn't dare to move. Why? Li Tianlan suddenly took a step forward. The remaining sword intent surged wildly in an instant, and his internal organs were severely injured in almost an instant. Li Tianlan's eyes were unprecedentedly cold. Even without the sword intent, he would die today. What did he need to worry about? The sword intent all over the sky strangled madly. The sword intent was completely attracted. Aldak, who felt the restraint instantly lightened, rushed to the seriously injured Li Tianlan without hesitation. Li Tianlan calmly drew his sword. The first blade, Wuji. A faint light began to rise from the divine punishment. Li Tianlan took a second step forward, wrapped in the remaining sword intent all over the sky, and suddenly changed his sword style. Peerless sword. The 22nd blade break of the sky. In an instant, a dazzling light lit up in the silent midair. The absolute light seemed to be pushed to the real extreme in an instant. The sky was broken under the sword. The void disappeared under the sword. The sword light advanced fiercely, and everything about Li Tianlan was completely out of control. In an instant, the sword light seemed to break through all the shackles. Vaguely, the remaining sword intent in the air was rumbling. The 22nd blade went straight to the peak in an instant. The scarlet long sword arrived in front of Aldak at the moment when Li Tianlan took the second step. Buzz. On the distant sea, a clear sound that had been silent for too long suddenly sounded. As far as the eye could see, there was a bright silver light on the sea. The waves kept surging under the silver light, and the big waves hit the sky. A dazzling silver disk quietly rose above the boundless sea. The bright moon rises on the sea. A full moon, with irresistible power and countless residual shadows, suddenly approached Li Tianlan. When he was seriously injured by the sword intent. When he had no time to care about anything else. The legend of Qin. This murderous weapon, which had been silent in the dark world for too many years, seized the best opportunity and fired without any hesitation. Bang! The bright moon was rising. Another clear and heart-shaking rumble rang out. The bright moon rose above the sea. A faint blue color suddenly appeared in the mountainous area. A faint blue color that made everyone's scalp numb rushed straight to the sea from the mountainous area. The blue line went straight forward. The air was completely twisted and shattered as the blue line moved forward. For a moment, the whole mountainous area seemed to be decomposed into a large area of faint blue. The blue line scattered and merged in the void, tearing everything with shadows and hitting the bright moon in an instant. Shadow Ripper. Above the sea, evil suddenly let out an incredible roar. Daybreak held the murderous weapon in his hand that had already fired, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell down on his back. The blue line hit the center of the bright moon. Countless flames flooded the sea in an instant. The moment the huge waves rose, the 22nd blade, whose power had been increased to the extreme, suddenly pierced Aldak's neck. The sharp edge of the sword swept past. The head of Aldak, the killing eye, the killing angel of the Vatican, the 9th on the divine list, flew up with a large amount of blood. The sword intent around Li Tianlan surged wildly, and the sword light of the 22nd blade was still bright. In the sword light and sword energy, Li Tianlan suddenly let out a long roar that could break gold and stone. The sword momentum of the 22nd blade changed again. The 5th blade, flying snow. The midsummer night sky instantly became bone-piercingly cold. Countless sword intent whistled like frost, and then directly became cold. Under the bright moon, among the stars, the night sky began to snow. The snow was like goose feathers, flying and falling. But what made everyone tremble was that the sword intent that turned into flying snow was not Li Tianlan's sword intent. It was the sword intent that had been whistling around him. The sword intent that belonged to deity and Wang Tianzong. He borrowed the enemy's sword intent for his own use. At the most critical moment, the most abrupt turning point, a moment was enough. In the heavy snow, Li Tianlan's roar had not died away, and the sword rose again. The remaining sword intent left by deity and Wang Tianzong completely broke out. The snowflakes poured down, and Tianhai Wuji and Lusheng Cengquan were directly swept away. Li Tianlan's figure was like a shocking rainbow, breaking into the sea in the twinkling of an eye. It was still the 22nd blade. It was still the breaking of the sky. A sword light as long as 1,000 feet suddenly rose above the sea. The sword light shone on the world, breaking everything. The raging flame and the rising waves were completely boiling wherever the sword light passed. Li Tianlan was like a comet shining in the whole dark world, rising against the sky above the sea. The bright sword light suddenly drew a stunning arc in the night. The comet skimmed over the sea, and its landing point was evil, which was hiding in the void. The heavy snow was blowing in the air. It was pure white. This chapter should have been published before 12 o'clock. I got stuck yesterday and didn't finish it. Today I went to another place, and there was a traffic jam on the way, so I published it 20 minutes late. Let's count it as yesterday. Every time I got stuck, I would tell everyone in the reader group about the problems that I couldn't solve. Those who didn't join the group, please join the group. If you really don't want to talk, you can block it. There are not many rules. It's not good to ask for leave in the VIP chapter now. If it's related to the work, basically no one can see it. So I didn't send it. If I ask for leave in the future, I will send it in related to the work. Chapter 258. The strongest sword move. The last sword move. The blazing white sword light crossed the sea, bringing amazing surging waves. The brilliant sword light, which was hundreds of meters long, was spreading with an unstoppable momentum. The sky and the sea seemed to be compressed, and the surging sword light crazily advanced between the sky and the sea. There was no word to describe the magnificence of this sword move. Wherever the sword intent passed, the vast sea rolled up hundreds of meters high waves. The starry sky trembled and surrendered to the sword light. The sea was rising, and the sky was lowering. In a trance, the sky and the sea seemed to be one. The sword light, like a comet, with dazzling sharpness, split the sky and the sea and rushed into the void. It was an irresistible and sublime sword move. The sword light exploded in the void where light should not exist. Snow was falling from the sky, and a large part of the night sky was illuminated as bright as day. Evil, who had been hiding in the dark, had nowhere to hide under the sword light. Li Tianlan saw evil. He saw the anger, consternation, and panic in his eyes. It was like the legend of Qin firing. The timing of this sword move was also subtle. What the murderous weapon blasted out was the power of the weapon itself, but it also consumed a lot of physical strength of the holder. The legend of Qin hadn't fallen yet, and evil's physical strength hadn't been completely replenished. Just when Li Tianlan killed Aldak, the 9th person on the divine list, with one sword move, evil breathed a sigh of relief. Li Tianlan's sword moved across the sea and came directly to him. The world and the void were completely broken into bubbles under the sharpness of the sword light. Li Tianlan's figure became more real than ever. At this moment, evil felt a great sense of danger. Without any hesitation, evil roared with all his strength. The domain of an invincible realm expert spread in the air desperately. The domain was trying its best to shrink. Evil's mouth began to bleed, and the expanding domain turned into a nearly transparent light shield in the blink of an eye. The light shield completely enveloped Evil's body. The flying snow fell after the sword light. Li Tianlan bore most of the remaining sword intent left by Wang Tianzong and God. Tianhai Wuji and Lusheng Sangquan finally got rid of the remaining sword intent. They saw the sword move that seemed to split the sky and sea. They also saw Evil's movement. Tianhai Wuji sighed softly and shook his head subconsciously. At the most crucial moment, Evil was actually defending. He was a killer and the only invincible realm killer in the dark world. At the critical moment of life and death, the assassin was defending. How ridiculous was that? Wang Tianzong was also looking at the sword light in the air. There was no need to think about what would happen to Evil, so he kept looking at Li Tianlan. The shining sword light that had completely dispelled the darkness split open the sky and sea, traversing the universe. The whole world, including the sword light, seemed a little fake. What is false is the whole world. Li Tianlan stood outside the world. He broke through again. Wang Tianzong whispered to himself. His tone was not dignified. Instead, he felt very comfortable. He is indeed a genius. What a pity. He retracted his gaze and said in a calm tone. Master, Dijiang stood beside Wang Tianzong, wanting to say something but stopping on second thought. Don't talk about him. What can a dying man do no matter how strong he is? Wang Tianzong looked far away. In his sight, the heaven punishment troop of the Wang family of Beihai began to go away. They would board at the nearest dock and return to Beihai province. Blood flowed down the corners of Wang Tianzong's mouth. Wang Tianzong wiped it silently, expressionless. Master. Looking at the blood in Wang Tianzong's hand, Dijiang's expression changed dramatically. It's okay. Wang Tianzong shook his head and took a last look. The light and shadow on the sea were still shining like the morning sun in the night sky. But for him, everything was over. Let's go back. Wang Tianzong turned around and said in a calm tone. But, Dijiang didn't want to give up. It's okay. Wang Tianzong said slowly, what happened in East Island is just a beginning, just a beginning. There's no need to waste too much energy here. What's wrong with giving East Island to them for the time being? Under the night sky, he took another look at the sword light in the sky like the scorching sun, then turned around and never looked back. Deity was also looking at the sword light. The sword light almost flew up against the sea level. Flying snow, huge waves, starry sky, bright moon, after the battle between him and Wang Tianzong, all the magnificence was in this sword. The sword momentum rose in the darkness. Wherever it passed, it was full of light, as if it was eternal. Drops of blood seeped out of Deity's black cloak, flowed down along his clothes, and finally condensed into a puddle in front of him. Deity didn't move, looking at Li Tianlan in the sky. His eyes were unwilling and amazed, but all the emotions eventually turned into indifference, with undisguised killing intent. In the void, the woman in white, who had never shown up and seemed to be a bystander, was also looking at the sword light. The sword light was as bright as day in the deep night sky, and the boundless sword intent was completely boiling. But in her eyes, it was so dim. The red crystal clear mutual forgetfulness swayed gently around her waist. In the silence, she seemed to take a step forward. This sword move was watched by all. East Island, Zhongzhou State, the 5 superpowers, all the elites were looking up silently. The sword intent was too proud and dazzling, so strong that it filled their sight and perception, and it couldn't be ignored. The Battle of Changdao was over. This was the last sword move. Maybe it had nothing to do with the final result, but it was related to the current general trend. In the camp of Sai City, Tribulation opened his eyes, and his breath was weak. Dongqing Rushi's eyes sparkled. Confusion and clarity kept alternating, and she looked more and more beautiful. Yu Qingyan held Ning Qianqing beside her with her tender and white hands. She looked at the sword light in the sky, and occasionally at Phoenix, the master of the life-prolonging temple in red. The yin and yang sword master of Mount Shu, Han Chongyang, and the great void sword master, Li Beidian, frowned. They could feel the sharp sword will in the air that seemed to be able to shatter the sky, but they could also feel the emptiness and weakness behind the sword will. Second senior brother, Han Chongyang smiled bitterly and murmured to himself. The Wang family of Beihai was silent. Kunlun City was silent. East Island, the five superpowers, Tianhai Wuji, Lusheng Tsangchuan, and everyone else was silent. In the weird silence, Qin Weibai's eyes were still ethereal and dreamy. She looked at Li Tianlan in the sky and stepped forward. She was alone. Until then, people found that saint, who had been guarding her, had disappeared. But no one dared to attack her. Wherever Qin Weibai passed, the crowd automatically made way for her, whether it was Zhongzhou State or East Island. Because the sword light in the sky was still bright. She was still under the light of the heavenly sun of the present age. In front of evil, the invincible domain that had completely turned into the void shrank completely. The light shield expanded around him, light and heavy. This was a move without any killing intent. At this moment, all of evil's unique skills became the most thorough defense. As long as he could survive this sword strike. He thought silently, and his eyes became ferocious again. Divine punishment stabbed the light shield in front of evil with the sky-piercing sword light. A spot on the light shield suddenly caved in crazily, but it didn't break. Divine punishment paused slightly. Evil felt his blood run cold in an instant. In his sight, Li Tianlan's eyes were very calm. Evil saw determination in his eyes, determination that he didn't care about being smashed to pieces and being doomed eternally. Evil suddenly thought of Li Tianlan's ridiculous oath. He swore to mountain and sea. At this time, he completely understood that Li Tianlan came from Zhongzhou State. He saved the remaining team of Zhongzhou State alone and turned the tide. But the one he wanted to kill most was him and the Jiang family of South America. The sword light suddenly lit up. Li Tianlan's long sword stabbed straight in. All the rebound power on the light shield poured out wildly. Li Tianlan didn't care. It seemed that even if the world was broken, he had to stab with this sword. Boom! A deafening loud noise suddenly sounded on the sea. The huge waves that soared to the sky were completely shattered under the sharp and determined sword intent. The mountain-like waves turned into a large expanse of water light, as if the whole sea had completely exploded in the air. The sword light and the moonlight fell at the same time. The water in the void surged, the sparkling waves were dissipating, and finally became snowflakes. The heavy snow was flying. The snowflakes fell on the mountains, on the sea, and into the sword light. The sword light and the flying snow drifted away at the same time. The light shield around evil collapsed completely. The scarlet divine punishment sword edge directly stabbed into his mouth, pierced the back of his head, and came out from the other side of his head. The sword light, the void, and the huge waves all disappeared. Only the flying snow was still falling. Li Tianlan smashed evil's body with one sword. While countless pieces of flesh and bones were scattered in the sea, he reached out and grabbed the legend of Qin, which was famous in the dark world. The body of the legend of Qin trembled violently in his hand, but it didn't resist at all. A cyan bronze mirror hung at the end of the handle, constantly swaying in the air. He held a murderous weapon and a famous sword. Li Tianlan's aura was still strong, but after doing all this, he seemed to become completely weak in an instant. Tianhai Wuji and Lusheng Tsangchuan stood in the distance, motionless. The snowflakes fell, and the midsummer night became cold. A large area of the battlefield was already a vast expanse of white. Li Tianlan fell silent. Everyone also fell silent. Only the cold wind whistled between heaven and earth. Only the ice and snow covered the mountains and fields. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, covering the whole mountain area. The night became no longer pure. Under the starlight, Li Tianlan crossed the sea in one step and appeared in the center of the battlefield. In the last afterglow of his life, he was a little tired, but he didn't despair. He stood high in the sky, pulled out his sword and looked around. In his sight, the corpses piled up like a mountain, and the blood flowed like a river. In the silence, Li Tianlan's voice rang out on the battlefield, clear like thunder, reverberating between heaven and earth, and the mountains began to roar under his voice. Who dares to fight with me? There was silence. No one spoke. Including Tianhai Wuji and Luxing Cengquan, 2 experts of the invincible realm. Li Tianlan laughed wildly and brilliantly. Who is qualified to fight with me? He stood in the void, and the snowflakes shuttled and fell around him. The fierce killing sword intent swept through the sky and the earth. His eyes began to become crazy, and his whole person seemed to have been connected with heaven and earth, extremely terrible. If I moved, the mountains and rivers would collapse. If I died, the sky and earth would collapse. Supreme and supreme. Luxing Cengquan and Tianhai Wuji were expressionless. The snow was still falling. Cold snow, cold people. Qin Weibai looked up quietly, almost devoutly at Li Tianlan in the air. She was motionless and looked a little obedient. Everything seemed to be going backward. The sharp sword intent passed through the quiet years, and a vast expanse of whiteness, like the snow, overlapped with this place, and heaven and earth were fading. In a trance, Qin Weibai seemed to see the same person, the same sword. But after all, there were too many people and things missing in this scene. There was no heavenly Emperor Huawu in her memory, no murderous weapon that was famous in the dark world, and no resolute black clothes that held the sword. She saw Li Tianlan raise the blade in his hand, and he smiled brightly. I have a sword, and I'm willing to go with you. Li Tianlan looked at the crowd of East Island, at the 2 experts of the invincible realm, and said calmly. The blade stretched in the air. The snowflakes dissipated. The sword light bloomed. There was only one sword between heaven and earth. The space around them fluctuated slightly without anyone noticing. A large expanse of starlight completely collapsed in an instant. Li Tianlan raised the blade in his hand, but the crazy and resolute sword intent suddenly appeared behind him. In the void that no one noticed, the sword intent bloomed. There seemed to be a waterfall that was completely condensed by sword intent in the air. The sword intent flew down, moving forward with indomitable will. The frenzied and extremely sharp sword intent instantly condensed into a single point. Li Tianlan turned around. A white dress abruptly appeared in Li Tianlan's sight. The combination of human and sword. The cold wind blew through the white dress. Her skirt corner, her veil, and the red dagger hanging on her waist kept dancing in the night wind, but her eyes were still fixed like ice and snow. Li Tianlan recognized this sword stroke. This sword stroke was the 11th blade. The 11th blade alluring. Seemingly confused, Li Tianlan turned his head slightly. The blade of divine punishment was raised. At the same time, in the mountain area far away from this sword stroke, deity in black stared at the sword light in the air, staring at the white shadow. The white shadow moved forward in the cold wind, like a meteor, with the brilliance that stunned an era. Deity's body began to tremble. He held the huge death scythe in his hand tightly. His eyes were a little cold, a little self-deprecating, a little sad, and a little resentful. At the moment when the sword light lit up, deity, who dared to fight with Wang Tianzong, seemed to be laughing, but also seemed to be sighing helplessly. All the killing intent and indifference on his body disappeared completely, and his body began to stagger. But his hands were holding the weapon in his hand tightly. Deity staggered and took a step forward. His whole body directly rushed into the sky. The sword light traveled through the air. The extremely contracted sword light was bright and dazzling, with indescribable desolation and beauty. The blade in Li Tianlan's hand stopped. Everything seemed to be very short, but also seemed to be very long. Like an instant, like an eternity. Suddenly, the sword energy dissipated, and the sword intent dissipated. The white dress appeared in front of Li Tianlan. The long sword also appeared in front of Li Tianlan. The cold sword blade directly pierced Li Tianlan's heart. The surging sword intent broke out in his body and then came out. Countless blood mists burst out all over his body. Li Tianlan stood motionless, looking at the pair of cold starry eyes in front of him, and smiled slightly. From the moment he saw Qin Weibai, he knew that he would die today. But when death really came, he really experienced that feeling. Cold, desperate, like the feeling of the sword blade. Li Tianlan's smile gradually widened, and he whispered, "It hurts. Why don't you fight back?" She was dressed in white, and her tone was cold. Her sword was shaking, and she seemed to be unable to control her emotions. "She will die." Li Tianlan smiled softly, but his eyes swept over the white dress in front of him and looked behind her. Behind him, Qin Weibai was standing there, watching everything that happened with gloomy eyes. The sword light lit up behind Li Tianlan. Qin Weibai was standing between Li Tianlan and the woman in white. In this position, if Li Tianlan fought back, the ultimate sword intent was enough to erase everything. Including the elite team of Zhongzhou State. Including Qin Weibai. Li Tianlan stopped the sword and used his body to bear all the sword intent of the opponent. The woman in white did not look back. She knew who Li Tianlan was looking at. Her arms kept shaking, but her tone was still calm. "I'm sorry." In this life, after all, she said sorry to the second person for the second time. Li Tianlan continued to smile. He did not look at the person in front of him, did not look at the sword in front of him, just looked at Qin Weibai, who was gradually blurring in his sight. People were dying, and their sight gradually began to become dark. "I'm sorry." The woman in white continued to speak. Li Tianlan tried to look. The two of them were very close, but they seemed to be far apart. "I want to go home." Li Tianlan looked at Qin Weibai and whispered to himself. The distance between them became the horizon, and his sight disappeared completely. There was only darkness in front of Li Tianlan, like a dead void. "I'm sorry." The voice of the woman in white continued to ring. Li Tianlan's eyes had lost focus. He tried to smile, kept the corners of his mouth stiffly, and looked in the direction of Qin Weibai. "I really want to see her again." "I'm sorry." The long sword in her slender hand loosened. Li Tianlan's body fell down powerlessly. The ground was white, full of wind and snow. Saint's figure suddenly appeared in the air. He caught Li Tianlan and sent him to Qin Weibai's side. Qin Weibai took him. She looked calm, but her hands were a little weak. The moment she caught Li Tianlan, their bodies fell directly in the snow. One figure after another appeared around Qin Weibai. The 12 super masters of Samsara Palace all appeared on the battlefield. With Saint as the leader, the 12 of them stood in a strange formation. However, the aura they emitted instantly merged into one, like a magnificent sword formation. Qin Weibai held Li Tianlan, who was covered in blood, tightly. For a moment, she seemed to be unable to speak at all. The delicate fragrance drilled into Li Tianlan's nostrils. Li Tianlan's face had turned blue and gray. He leaned against Qin Weibai's arms, and the stiff corners of his mouth moved hard. He trembled and said, "It hurts." In fact, it was not pain. It was because he was reluctant to leave. The cruelest emotion when a person was about to die was reluctance to leave. Qin Weibai bit her lip hard, lowered her head, and put her face on Li Tianlan's head, as if she wanted to give him some warmth. She bit her lip so hard that it bled, but she kept repeating it. "It's okay, it's okay." Li Tianlan smiled weakly. He seemed to want to reach out and touch Qin Weibai, but his raised hand was completely stiff, and finally fell to the ground without the slightest strength. He lay in Qin Weibai's arms, and there was no more sound. Everyone in Zhongzhou State subconsciously wanted to gather around. Including the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City. "Let them go." Qin Weibai held Li Tianlan tightly and screamed all of a sudden. Everyone's footsteps suddenly stopped. almost at the same second as Li Tianlan fell. Zhongzhou State, Lin-en, West Lake, Mount Qingyun. The fairyland, which had been crazily discussed by the people of Zhongzhou State on the internet recently, suddenly exploded in the middle of the night. Great Master Wu Wei sat in the flowers and plants in front of Qingyun Temple, which almost submerged the temple gate. He held a fate roulette in his arms. On the roulette, the pointer representing the destiny of heaven had stopped trembling, and it steadily stayed on the word, death. At a certain moment, the pointer on the roulette trembled slightly. The white mist that enveloped the entire Qingyun temple began to spin wildly in an instant. The white mist fluctuated and kept spinning over the entire Mount Qingyun. The wind blew through the mountains. The flowers, plants, and trees rustled. The cold wind passed all the way. In an instant, all the flowers, plants, and trees in the entire Qingyun temple withered in an instant. The entire Qingyun temple was completely quiet, as if the world was about to die. Great Master Wu Wei, who sat cross-legged in front of the temple gate like a Buddha statue, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the withered and fallen trees and flowers in his sight and breathed a sigh of relief. The pointer of the roulette in his hand no longer trembled, and it calmly stayed on the word, death. Great Master Wu Wei sighed softly. He reached out his hand. A gust of wind suddenly blew through the air. The gust of wind blew his monk robe. White hair had already grown out of his bald head, reaching his waist. It suddenly exploded in the gust of wind and flew wildly. Great Master Wu Wei's palm stayed on the pointer. Little by little, it seemed that he had exhausted all his strength. His palm pushed the pointer back to the center of the word, life, on the roulette. The white mist all over the sky fell desperately. Great Master Wu Wei looked up at the sky. As the wind blew, his face was full of wrinkles, and he seemed to be struggling to open his eyes. Blood flowed down from between his eyebrows. It dripped to the ground. Great Master Wu Wei opened his mouth slowly. His voice was weak, as if he was praising himself, but also as if he was telling a fact. He said softly, I've done immeasurable good in my life. The white mist all over the sky trembled at the same time, and the white mist that had pervaded Mount Qingyun for many days disappeared completely in an instant. The night sky was clear, and the stars were bright. Great Master Wu Wei's blood fell into the soil on the ground. Flowers bloomed in the soil. The color was soft, and there was only one. Changdao. Everything seemed to have come to an end. In the air, the woman in white, who seemed to have calmed down, took a deep look at Qin Weibai and Li Tianlan, who were hugging each other. She turned around silently, as if she wanted to leave. Where do you want to go? A gentle voice that made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze rang in her ears. Deity's figure appeared in front of the woman in white, and his eyes were soft. But the woman in white saw extreme cruelty and mockery in his soft eyes. This was a look she was familiar with. She just saw the fight between Deity and Wang Tianzong, but she didn't see his eyes. The woman in white's body suddenly shook violently. She trembled violently in the air and stared at Deity in front of her. Her eyes fluctuated violently, with surprise and panic. Do you know me? Deity chuckled and said, How do you know me? He reached out and pointed to his heart. Under the white veil, the woman in white's face suddenly turned pale, and even her eyes were full of despair. She naturally knew what this action meant. Many years ago, just like today, in the heavy snow, she also pierced the heart of the man in front of her with a sword. It was the exact same sword. The woman in white's lips kept trembling. She looked at Deity in front of her with guilt and panic in her eyes. Do you deserve to talk to me? Deity suddenly spoke in a soft and cold tone, Who do you think you are? Do you deserve to talk to me? Just listen to what I say. No, the woman in white's body shook and seemed to fall from the air. Crystal clear tears fell from her eyes and fell on the white snow on the ground. Her voice was hoarse, desperate, and empty. Please, don't do this. Do what? Deity was still smiling. It's not me. It's you. Don't do this to me. The woman in white's body kept trembling. She began to step back like a delicate and weak flower. You deserve this, don't you? It's not too much to treat a person like you, right? Deity laughed and said, hypocritical, insidious, and slutty. Should I call you a vicious woman? Or should I call you a whore? No, no. The woman in white finally cried. Her voice was intermittent, without any coherence. I once thought about it. I really thought about it. I wanted to stay with you for the rest of my life, stay with you. Deity laughed out loud. For you and me, the cruelest thing in the world is to stay with you. You don't deserve this word. His voice was low. You used to be very good to me, and I was moved. But the more I was moved and the more I doted on you, the more I hated you when I learned the truth. He looked at the woman in white's eyes. You can't make up for anything. No matter how good you are to me, you can't make up for anything. Only you will die, so. Deity raised the death scythe in his hand. Go to hell, bitch. In the sky, the woman in white's figure suddenly shook. On the ground, Qin Weibai, who was holding Li Tianlan, also shook. In the sky and on the ground, the two women in white had despair in their eyes. The death scythe was raised. The sharp blade appeared in front of the woman in white in an instant. The woman in white did not dodge. She just looked at the man in front of her quietly, with tears streaming down her face. The death scythe stopped in front of the woman. Deity tilted his head and smiled with some playfulness. You seem to be in pain. He held the death scythe firmly in his hand. Well, it seems good to let you suffer for a while. The huge and cold blade gently patted the woman's face, but did not remove her veil. He was tired of seeing this face. Even if it was beautiful, it was still vicious. Get out. He said, live a little longer. When I'm tired of playing, I'll take your cheap life. Get out. The woman in white laughed self-mockingly and said softly, kill me. Dirty hands. Deity's tone was full of disgust. The woman in white seemed to calm down. She looked at Deity in front of her and whispered, I told you a long time ago that I'm all yours. I killed you once. When you need me to die, come to me. I'll solve it myself. She turned around and said softly, as long as you're happy. Deity did not say anything. The woman in white turned around and left. Her figure passed through the sword intent left by Deity and appeared in front of everyone again. Although the conversation between the two of them was very long, there were only a few people who could hear and see it. Very few. Deity's figure landed on the ground. The woman in white disappeared in the distance. Everything came to an end. The fierce man who suddenly appeared but could take Wang Tianzong's 6 paths of reincarnation slowly walked to Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai. The 12 supermasters were motionless. What a fool. Deity looked at Li Tianlan, who fell into Li Tianlan's arms without a sound. There were obvious emotional fluctuations in his voice. He seemed to be laughing and crying at the same time. He looked at Li Tianlan as if he was looking at himself a long time ago. Qin Weibai, whose eyes were desperate and numb, raised her head stiffly. She looked at Deity. Her ethereal and dreamy eyes finally had some spirit. He looked at her and stared at her. You can save him. Qin Weibai said word by word. Deity did not speak. Qin Weibai picked up divine punishment in Li Tianlan's hand with trembling hands. The scarlet sword blade was raised in her hand. She pointed at Deity. Her posture of holding the sword was a little jerky, but her posture was extremely firm. Save him. What are you willing to pay for him? Deity's tone was calm. Everything. Qin Weibai did not hesitate. Everything. This word was too heavy, especially for a person of high status like Qin Weibai. How could she say it lightly? Deity's eyes gradually softened. I will do it. He said, with everything you have. What do you want? Qin Weibai's tone was cold. Although she had given a lot before, the initiative was in the hands of deity. It was as if she had expected all this before. But now Li Tianlan was in her arms without breathing or heartbeat, which was also unbearable for her. I don't want anything. We just need to continue to cooperate. Deity waved his hand. The legend of Qin in Li Tianlan's hands suddenly trembled. The cyan bronze mirror hanging on the handle of the spear directly left the body of the spear and flew into deity's hand. Yada no Kagami. Deity looked at the mirror in front of him with calm eyes. One of the national divine weapons of East Island can appear in the hands of evil. Ha! He turned to look at the elite team of East Island. It seems that there is a deal between the Jiang family of South America and East Island. Deity knocked on the cyan bronze mirror casually and said calmly, "This thing is very useful. I'll leave everything to you." Qin Weibai looked at Deity, and her tone was a little pleading. "I don't have absolute confidence." Deity said, "At most, I have 70% confidence. Give him to me. It's 80%. Qin Weibai subconsciously held Li Tianlan in her arms. "Saint will go with you." Deity looked at Saint with some surprise. Saint was also looking at him calmly. "Is it worth it?" Deity asked with some playfulness. Saint's answer was simple and domineering. "I do." Once the identity of some people was clear, they were old acquaintances. Deity laughed and waved his hand. Dawn. Dawn, the master of the Athanasia temple, appeared in front of everyone. He was no longer in white, but in black, exactly the same as the members of the Athanasia temple behind him. "How is Daybreak?" Deity asked softly. "Fortunately, he's just temporarily unconscious. It's not a big problem," Dawn said in a respectful tone. Deity nodded and looked at Li Tianlan with a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Then he shook his head. "Take him back. This person needs to be saved." Dawn answered and was about to step forward. Qin Weibai held Li Tianlan tightly and looked down at him quietly. Li Tianlan closed his eyes, so he couldn't hear or see. Qin Weibai looked at his face deeply as if she wanted to carve him into her soul. Her palms were trembling. She held Li Tianlan and got closer and closer. "Boss Qin." Dawn stood in front of Qin Weibai and shrugged helplessly. Qin Weibai silently handed Li Tianlan to Dawn. The process was very short, but every second was as long as thousands of years. She closed her eyes and her hands became empty. It was not until a long time after Dawn took Li Tianlan away that Qin Weibai opened her eyes and trembled with breath. The battlefield was still the same. Everyone was clearly standing in different places. The only difference was that there was no Li Tianlan on the battlefield. But for Qin Weibai, the only difference was the biggest difference. She slowly stood up and left the battlefield step by step. "Don't you go and have a look?" Deity's voice sounded behind her. Qin Weibai didn't stop and kept moving forward. At this moment, Qin Weibai was still beautiful, but she seemed to have lost all her soul. Her figure became numb and powerless. Everything ended here. Zhongzhou State. Li Tianlan. That place, that man, carried too much of her sorrow and joy. She had long been overwhelmed. So she didn't look back, and she would never set foot in Zhongzhou State for the rest of her life. Qin Weibai's eyes were empty and silent. It was a kind of despair. Her soul, her feelings, her home. She was buried under the starlight tonight. Blood flowed down the corners of her mouth and dyed her white clothes red bit by bit.